misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I hope you're ready for the SmackDown. This will be a different one. It's on Clubhouse, and my goodness, I've got them going in my head already. Clubhouse is a voice chat app. There is a text chat as well. I was invited to come on there. It's been a while that we've been planning this, and we're finally able to put it together. So I have Clubhouse is a mobile app, but I have the desktop version of it called Club Deck. If you are interested, you can join the room. It's the link is in the description. So I'm going to join into their room, and you'll be hearing them here in a second here. But just before that, Stringer News 1 says, "Thank Titicaca, it's June Tune time." Thank you for that.
Get this afraid of me. You should go over there and tell them. Well, now it's even.
All right, everybody, I'm back. How you doing?
We are doing good. How are you doing?
I'm great.
So apparently we got it's a failure to launch right now because we got flat earthers that got cold feet. They scared as shit right now.
Oh.
They don't want to come in here at all. They're demanding that we take you into their space where they control things.
They're so scared. All right, well let's introduce who's at least on there right now. So a few of you at least know, because I'm on YouTube right now, and there's a bunch of people watching live on YouTube.
What's up?
So first of all, Black Muze is the one organizing this. So thank you very much, Mr. Muze, for putting this together.
I appreciate you for agreeing to come on, and I can't take all the credit. Actually, it's my homie Uriah who reached out to you and had to connect originally. And then you agreed to come on. So shout out to Uriah, without whom this wouldn't have been possible. But yeah, I'm glad to host you in my room and host you on Clubhouse. Seen your stuff, seen kind of what you do to these flat earthers. So I'm a fan. And shout out to you for what you do.
Shalom, Tone. Yeah, I'm Iron Lion. I know my Clubhouse handle is different, but I'm Iron Lion, who you've been speaking with on Facebook. Man, I appreciate you for everything that you do, man. And yeah, it just looks like, the flat earthers are starting to renege a little bit. They got your face in their PTRs and everything, and now all of a sudden they're not keeping that same energy, and I really don't appreciate it. I mean, we have these conversations every day, so I don't know why it's different all of a sudden.
And now suddenly they got cold feet. Well, we've got other plans. But so yeah, Araya, thank you for being the point of contact here. And already Craig Fight the Flat Earth has asked can he wants a chance too. So after this,
of course. Hey, look, I hit up Greater Sapien too. I don't know if you know Greater Sapien.
Oh, he's awesome.
JJ,
love him. Yeah.
JJ 7000. Hold on, I saw you. You remember JJ 7000 too?
Yeah.
That crazy nigga. But no, my bad. Yeah, I talked to him, but no, he didn't hit me up in time. But hey, I appreciate everything you've done, man. But we can go ahead. You said Fight the Flat Earth was around.
For a different night. So he's in England, and he's 6 hours ahead, so it's 4 a.m. for him right now. But yeah, we'll get him in a different time.
They're a bunch of cowards, I'm afraid.
John.
Shocker.
Look, John came in at 17,500 miles an hour. Yep, therefore.
Yep.
Well, I knew this was gonna happen, but it's fine. We're gonna have some fun anyway. But I'm gonna turn it over to you, Toon. So, did you want to make sure your audience was aware of anything else before we actually got going with our kind of contingency plan?
No, I think our contingency plan is to play some of the audio clips from the people that would normally have been here but are too scared to show up. And so it's basically the same thing as them saying it live. It's just as dumb if they say it recorded. So,
damn, Toon, you ain't got to do them like that. It's true though, but it's not. I don't know. Maybe,
Yeah.
how nice should we be? They're so scared right now. I think we should maybe be a little nicer to them.
all right. I'll back
Let's
it
be a
off.
little nicer to them. I want to start with some of the greatest hits from the Flat Earth Gang. Some of the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard.
Wait, where's
claimed.
Rohan? Where's Rohan?
Rohan
Okay,
is here.
Rohan's here. Okay,
Rohan is
okay,
here.
there we go.
He's on stage. I would love for John, if you wouldn't mind, John, I would love for you to replay what you played before, but I want you to play them one at a time. And I would love for you to start with the time zones claim, because that is one of my favorite clips from Linnell, who's one of the cult leaders of the Flat Earth Gang. And he doesn't like to go into recorded rooms. And it's probably because when you record him speaking, he says shit like what we're about to play. John, would you mind playing that at least one good time for everyone to hear? John, are you there? It's a little awkward.
John is a regular here, and is
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here he is.
I was muted.
Yeah, John, I was reaching out to you. I would love for you to play.
Yeah. No, I know. I heard you, and I was muted.
Okay.
I was responding, and I didn't realize I was muted.
Okay,
But
yeah,
so
no
I'll do
worries.
that again. Here comes the time zones one.
In the northern hemisphere, I mean, closer towards the center where there's less land, there are only 19 time zones. At the equator, there are 24, and that's what we all know about. As you go further south, they start adding time zones because there's more space, more land. 32 fucking time zones in the south.
And one of the weird things about this is that I heard this one time, I think on a replay or something, and so I threw it in their face. I said, it can't possibly get more stupid than that. And they adamantly defended it. I mean, there was nothing I could say that they would acknowledge as a point that might call into question that statement.
So I want to throw it to you two. Like, break this down scientifically. What the fuck can we make of this, and why is it right or why is it wrong, depending on how you feel about it?
So I've not verified the quantity of time zones in the South, but I am familiar with time zones. I've had to write some software to deal with time zones. There's a few things in the North that are different than the South. Of course, you've got like China. That's the width of, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 time zones, but they have one time zone. And then you've got big areas like the United States, where we have primarily 4 time zones across the continental United States, where we could have more. But because it's easier, because the land is contiguous, you don't want to have a whole bunch of time zones. Where in the South, you have less land, less physical land, it's more water covered. And so you have islands, and an island doesn't need to have any, continuous time zone to their neighboring island that's however many miles away. If you're gonna go there, you have to fly there and then or take a boat, and that takes many hours. So it doesn't matter if the time zones are 15 minutes or 30 minutes different. So it's easier when you're disconnected like that to have more time zones. But the big reason about time zones is that it's geopolitical. It's countries, it's politics, it's governments that are making them. So it has nothing to do with how big the area is. Of course, they claim it's bigger, but there's no measurements. Just go get measurements of it. But the other thing is, if it's more, this is the really strange thing. If it's 32 time zones, does that mean the sun takes 32 hours to move around the flat Earth in the South? Of course not. It still takes 24 hours. The same number of hours. It doesn't make any difference at all.
The claim is that they put more time zones in there to fool you into not noticing the fact that there's more land. That's literally where that's going. They put all these extra time zones in so that you'll think that there's not more land, I mean, once again, who knows what that means? But I'll also point out, I put a link in the chat to the Wikipedia article. I did check this out. There's about, I can't remember exactly, but there's something like 31 or 32 time zones in the south, but there are also 31 or 32 time zones in the north. And of course, they have nothing to do with how much time, as you say. I mean, they're just different time zones. They're 15-minute time zones in some places.
Yeah. Yeah. Kathmandu is 15 minutes
things.
off.
Yeah.
But you said there's 31 or 32 in the north as well?
Yeah, it's I made up a chart.
So it doesn't even, it's not even true.
Yeah, it's not even true.
Well, that's a shocker. Don't flat earthers usually say true things?
No, never.
Okay, serious question. Even if I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep a straight face. Even if the claim we just heard from the genius Linnell on this app were true, what would that indicate, if anything at all, about the shape of the planet?
It would,
curious.
Yeah, it would indicate nothing. It just says that geopolitics are a thing, which nobody's surprised about.
Can I ask a question, Michael? Maybe you can address this, because it seems to me, I mean, my feeling has been, there's no way, of course, you're going to change anybody's mind, but what you need to do is come up with the most important thing is to come up with things that anybody can look at. And my constant go-to is the fact that anybody can take pictures of the sun, use a pinhole camera, whatever, and just see that the sun is always the same size.
Yeah.
And a sun that's always the same size is always the same distance from every point on the planet. And you can't make night and day at different places at the same time on a flat Earth with a sun that's always the same distance from every point.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a better candidate, but that, to me, that's the best. Anybody can look at it kind of candidate.
Yep, that's a really good one. The size of the sun doesn't change, and with a P1000, their favorite camera, you can get for not a very expensive amount of dollars a solar filter. I have one in my hand right now for a P1000, just the 77 millimeter solar filter, and put it on and take pictures in the morning, midday, and at night, and you'll see it's the same width all day long. And if the sun was local and midday, it's close, and then 12 hours, 6 hours later, it's so far away that it's going out of your perspective, as they sometimes say, then it would be smaller. It would have to be smaller. That's the law of perspective. For all their talk of
I actually took pictures doing exactly that with my P950 with the very solar filter that you're talking about, Michael.
Yeah.
Like 5 days ago, and I just put a link in the chat to a PDF that I put together with my results.
Yeah, and you can see sunspots on your picture,
right,
which is
right.
great.
Oh, and you know what? One of the really fun things was I took pictures at 9 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., and 6 p.m. And one of the really fun things is the fact that going from 9 to noon, the sunspots rotate quite a bit. And going from noon to 3, they rotate quite a bit. And going from 3 to 6, they don't rotate very much. And the flat earthers saw that in this PDF that I produced and thought they really had a gotcha. And I knew they would. I purposefully didn't alter the photos. It takes a little bit of thought to realize that there's a different thing that goes on in the way you take pictures between 9 and noon and 3 than what happens from 3 to 6.
And it might be a bit much for them to even
Totally is too much for them, but it was really fun because I asked them, I said, go on, proceed.
That's great. So then the size of the sun, another that's even, I think, a little easier is the sun could not set. And they come up with a bunch of different things, right? A long list of different word salads to try to get out of the impossibility of a sunset on flat Earth. when they say all the ancient cultures used to think that the Earth was flat, they leave out the fact that those ancient cultures tended to think that the sun went under the whatever portion, whatever they thought the Earth was shaped like, a disc or a turtle's back or something. They thought the sun went under it. That's what the ancients thought. But once they figured out that nighttime for them was daytime for somebody else, that was no longer an option.
So I produced the sheet that I just now put in the chat, another sheet, just taking the one to your point exactly. You can show for Los Angeles where I am at winter solstice, at noon on the winter solstice. You can take the observed altitude of the sun, and the fact that at winter solstice it's at noon, it's directly over the Tropic of Capricorn. I can't remember exactly how far. South of me, but you can take that distance and that angle and get an altitude, one of many altitudes that you get when you do these things, as I'm sure you know. You get that altitude and then just simply advance the sun by 12 hours. It ends up being as far away as it ever gets from Los Angeles, as low in the sky as it ever gets, and as dim as it ever gets. And what you find is that at midnight on the winter solstice from Los Angeles, in their model, it's an entailment of their model that the sun is still 12 degrees above the horizon, and is about 1/6 the size that it is at noon, and therefore still 100,000 times as bright as the full moon. This is at midnight on the winter solstice, the time when the sun gets the lowest that it ever gets in the sky from Los Angeles.
Yeah, so then the question, they're like, oh, well, you just don't understand the model. You're strawmanning the model. And so then the next thing is, okay, then go ahead, show the geometry that causes the sun to set. Show the geometry that causes it to stay the same size. And really, what time will the sun set based on that geometry? And that never happens.
Right. Interestingly enough, I think we have, I don't know if you've had experience with this, but our gang, we actually have moved them. They at first claimed that the sun just got further and further away, became smaller and smaller, and then merged with the horizon by Rayleigh's criterion. And we managed to move them off of that so that it then became that the sun. Let's see, what was the next one? It does actually, the horizon, because we just kind of showed pictures of the sunset, for instance. So the sun does disappear from the bottom up, and somehow that's because the bottom gets really small, but the top doesn't for some reason. So you can still see the top, even though the bottom is merged with the horizon or something. But now they've abandoned that.
The top is farther away.
That's true too. But they've actually gone on to their third model. So we've actually moved them through 3 generations of explanations. And the one they've settled on now is simply that it does get closer and closer to the horizon. It doesn't get that much smaller, but it goes behind all of that haze and that atmospheric absorption and disappears. Yeah.
But the stars don't have that problem.
Right.
The stars,
they kind of do at the horizon.
Yeah, right at the horizon, but not. The sun can't actually get that low. There's no geometry explaining that. But right. At night, on a nice night, looking due west after the sun sets, you can see the stars right there above the horizon.
Right.
How does that happen?
No, and of course, there's just finally the point that anybody can go out on a clear day and see the full-sized sun set to fully below the horizon. Right? It doesn't get obscured by haze. It just disappears below the horizon.
Right. I always enjoy the videos. They say, look, it fades off. And every one of them I say, look at the color of the sky. What color is it? White. You know what that means? Haze, moisture, obscuration. The sun isn't getting smaller. It's fading off as you're looking sideways through all of that haze. I don't know, Michael, if you know how to swipe down and refresh the PTR on Clubhouse, but I just posted a PTR of a lovely time lapse I took just in the last 5 minutes of a sunset over Lake Ontario from Rochester, New York, one October, and the sun is setting at a constant speed. Actually, I measured it, it's just under 15 degrees per minute, and that's because of atmospheric refraction getting greater as you get right down to the horizon. But it's moving at a constant speed, staying the same size, and then the angle relative to the latitude that I was on the south shore of Lake Ontario.
No, I didn't. I can't on Club Deck do a refresh. I don't. There's
What
no.
you
I
what you
see.
have to do is push. There's a little button over at the on the right side of the screen there. It says mute underneath the mic. Mute everyone. PTR. You have to click that PTR Control P thing if you see it.
There it is. Okay.
I'll be glad to send it to you. I'll send it to you from my
Yeah.
work
Yeah.
address.
And then people on my YouTube, I know that the audio isn't perfect. Thank you for telling me, everybody, over and over again. I had to just to let them know the audio to Club Deck is very low, so I had to boost my audio in my system, which causes it to clip before it gets to OBS. I can't make it not clip to OBS. It's going to clip. So
I don't want to really hog the stage here and let anybody else come in, but I'll maybe just one more for now. I wonder if how you another argument that I think is pretty persuasive, although once again it's hard to actually do the measurements yourself, is just oftentimes they want to keep you from looking at the sky at all. They say, no, I'm talking about the Earth. Don't look at the sky.
well, yeah, we can do that
measure.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can measure the equator, right, and the radius and circumference of the equator. That's not a thing that you talk about.
Yes, they're very loath to talk about measurements, of course. You know, that the distance between each line of latitude is 60 nautical miles. You can't get around that. Celestial navigation has been around for centuries. It relies on that. It's easy for a person to verify that themselves. Pull out your phone. Everybody's got a phone with a GPS on it. Get your location. And then at night, measure, if you're in the northern hemisphere, measure the angle to Polaris. Then find yourself somehow 69 miles south the next night, and verify with your GPS that you're 1 degree farther south. Then measure the angle to Polaris. It'll be 1 degree different. Now, your phone theodolite app can do that, and there's more precise ways to do that if you need. But this is easy stuff to do if anybody's sufficiently motivated. And then we all can be then certain, as has been certain for centuries, that there is 69 miles between each degree latitude. So when you go from the North Pole to the equator, that's 90 degrees latitude. So 90 times 69 gives you a certain distance. That's the radius on flat Earth. So that then requires that the equator is some certain, number of miles or kilometers. And I don't know if generally flat earthers could even produce the next step without having their hand held to figure out the circumference of the necessary circumference of the radius for flat Earth. Right.
One of the things when I have presented that, they say, well, where latitude that has to do with the assumption of a round Earth and all these kinds of things. And so I think it's always good to be able to point out that it doesn't really even matter what it means. Everybody agrees that the latitude and longitude of Chicago, whatever that means, are these numbers. And then you can just simply drive from Chicago to Milwaukee and notice that you've driven about 60 miles and you've gone, 1 degree, whatever that means. And then you'll find that anytime you go north-south is that kind of thing happens. The problem, of course, is that it only happens it only happens east-west at the equator. So, it's a good thing that the distance is less than 60 miles when you're running east-west. between degrees, above the equator and below the equator. But it's really hard to find a road to drive along east-west along the equator to just kind of calibrate what a degree is there.
There's less roads, but it's not impossible. And if somebody was motivated and actually, that you'll hear them say, well, we don't have the budget. Well, you do. You do have the budget to do some of these basic things. You could pool your resources and get somebody down to the equator, go down to Brazil on the coast there. That's not too difficult to get there. Or find a Brazilian flat earther, there's enough of them, and have them measure out the distance between degrees of longitude on the equator, and then get a distance of the number of miles or kilometers. It's not hard to find a Brazilian flat earther, right?
There's quite a number of Australian ones too. Like I've wondered this often. Like, guys, get on Teams or Zoom or whatever at the same time and make some observations and compare notes.
Well,
like,
yeah, they don't want to.
Seems pretty. I know they don't. But
It
seems
tells
possible.
you a lot. So I put together one for Melbourne, because Melbourne is about as far south as you can go in mainland Australia. You can go to Tasmania, but Melbourne, a lot of people live there. So you can, and it's well populated, and there's roads everywhere. So you can go 15 minutes of longitude, right? A quarter of a degree on roads, and you can use the GPS that everybody uses in Melbourne to get around, to get your location, and you can use the odometer on your car to get the distance. And you can find out the flat earth prediction, the necessary amount of distance between those points for flat earth, and the necessary amount of the distance between those points for the globe, and see which one is accurate. They don't want to do that.
Well, I had one
That's
of
a
them
great-
promising that he's going to he's got a P950 or something like that as well. He promises that he's going to get his solar filter and take those pictures. So we keep, all of us keep waiting for them to do anything to check it out. But it's clear they know what they're going to find, of course.
Yeah, and so they only want to do, this is very telling, they only want to do the small number of experiments that they're certain will give them the results that they want, right? They want to do lasers over water at the highest refraction time of day. Get a nice sunny day, do it in the evening when the refractive index, the coefficient of refraction is, 0.5, 0.7, 0.9, somewhere in there, and then say, oh, look, we're going to ignore refraction. Or do it across a frozen lake. Again, maximized refraction. Or put up a balloon with a fisheye lens, and then cherry pick the certain clip where the fisheye lens causes the curved horizon to appear kind of flat, but not quite, because the edges still get convex. So I don't recognize names in the chat here. Are any of these down here? Any flatties down there?
These will all be, I believe, not flatties, because I don't see any in the
Flatties? Is that the word now? Flatties? What?
Oh, maybe we do have. No.
I'm not a flatty.
It wasn't, but
I'm
it
a
is now.
Who was that in the chat? Who was this Brian dude? He said, "I'm here to."
Brian Stavely is a flat earther. He's a nice guy, friend of mine. So he said when he jumped in here, he said that this is his first time on Clubhouse. So he's not in the gang with the flat Earth gang. They're so tough that they ran away.
Nah, I went to their room earlier. They said they not coming. Sorry, Orion.
I'm embarrassed for them, but I'm glad Brian's here.
They said the guy, they talk about Toon. They said, oh, that guy is ridiculous, Adrian. Do you know anything about him? He's terrible. He's trash. I can't believe.
Wow.
Big goddess energy, because that's what they be calling.
That's a lot of scared out of them. Thank you guys.
That's kind of
Yeah, I don't
Hey,
know which one of them it is, but they're apparently reading this chat over here. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know if there's like one of their double profiles in the goo or some shit that.
They could be watching my YouTube channel.
That too. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're listening, but they're not coming over here. They're like,
Key is here. He a flatter. What'd y'all call him?
They can say about
He's a flatty. Get it right.
Flatty. Sorry,
Get
my
it
bad.
right. God damn it.
Flatty. I actually kind of think that's interesting name, Flatty.
Well, what is the preferred term amongst that group? I don't want to be offensive.
I think
You don't want to be offensive.
They're coming.
I find the overarching name is stupid, but they don't like it.
Overarching?
I thought the same thing. I was like,
They vary their preferred pronouns occasionally.
Wait, what is happening? I think I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I mean sometimes they're okay being flat earthers. Sometimes they call themselves true earthers or observational realists or
realistic.
Whatever other than just doing what everybody knows they are, just saying that they're flat earthers.
Wait, don't forget about the Crowleyist. What are they called? Crowleyist or something like that.
Hey, I just heard him say that.
I didn't know there were so many terms out there. I didn't know it was such a diversity in terms.
Pick one like a time zone.
We
pick
just
one like a what?
We often just call them flerfs. It's our term of
flerfs.
Flerf. F-L-E-R-F. It's a portmanteau of flat earther.
I think I like flatty the most.
Yeah.
Flurfies.
Hey, Toon, we're gonna get scolded tomorrow because of you. After this room is over, they're gonna have rooms. They're gonna be like, "We can't believe they told me
they weren't coming. Jamal is here. Jamal said he gonna give me a tour of the Bronx.
A tour.
The boogie down Bronx.
Of the Bronx.
You gonna take one for the team?
They dropped the link, and I think that's their message.
Hey, McToon, you're in the chat. Hey, Toon, you're in the goo. I didn't know you was in.
How did Toon get in the goo?
What?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and invite this bitch ass nigga up to see if he's gonna actually be brave.
Damn, Jason already?
Shut up, Adrian. I know what I'm
doing. Don't tell me to shut up,
Adrian, shut up. I know what I'm
Do
doing.
not tell me to shut up.
Adrian, go on mute. I know what I'm doing. I had just invited him right now, and he didn't take the invitation. That's not a shocker because he is a bitch ass nigga, and he's been a bitch ass nigga since the day I fucking met his bitch ass.
Jamal is in the room.
I know. I'm aware. But I'm just.
That's who he's talking about.
Yeah,
Sorry,
everybody knows that Jamal's a bitch ass nigga. But I just wanted everybody to see the bitch assness of this bitch ass nigga who's too afraid to come in here and talk to a white man about the shit that he's been pretending to know more than everybody about, which is the flat Earth cosmology, or really the global Earth cosmology, because he apparently knows it better than all of us. And he also pretended as if he needed a more formidable opponent because he had already bodied me a couple of times, and he had already bodied Hero a couple of times, and he had already bodied John a couple of times, and Bird a couple of times, and pretty much everybody else a bunch of times because he never loses a debate according to him.
According to him.
But Muse, just be careful, just a little bit.
No, I know what I'm doing. So,
but they're saying that because it's on John's YouTube or Toon's YouTube.
Yeah, it's going on my YouTube. So do watch a little bit.
Oh, you want me to dial it back? Okay, I got you. I'm gonna give one more. He's a bitch ass nigga.
No,
that's the last one. That's the last one. All right, but I just wanted to demonstrate that
how many bitch ass niggas
when the real rubber meets the road, and the people that he's been pretending he wants to talk to come on stage, he ain't nowhere to be found. He'll show up in the room and hide in the goo. But he won't actually do shit.
I got a commenter on YouTube says everybody's gangsta till Toon shows up.
Hey, by the way, can you tell us about your how you got to be MC Tune? What is that shit about? Because
Oh my
that shit
gosh.
is
So in college, I mean, I like heavy metal music, right? That's my, that's my thing. So rap is not.
Metallica.
Yes. Um, so my
Oh,
roommate and
Jamal
I,
K.
started a joke rap group. And I took my name after MC Hammer as MC Tune. I would do the beatbox, and my friend would do the rapping, and we were terrible, absolutely terrible.
but it's stuck though. They still called you
I
MC Tune.
I I took that since college. That was my my middle initial is not C. So, but yeah, it's been yeah, just been my thing forever. So.
Have you
Not C.
have you
Okay.
ever like tried to rap before? And
My
it's how bad
I
it was.
so I have my outro music is actually me rapping now.
Oh
Um,
my god, are you
in
What?
serious? No
in
fucking
Oh,
way.
we gotta hear
October,
that.
FTFE Fight the Flat Earth wrote a rap battle for us to do. And I'm like, oh, this is gonna be terrible. So I did it, and then somebody mixed it into actually rap music. So
Wow,
yeah,
that made you feel cool, huh?
no, it's
Is
No, I'm bugging with you. I'm playing.
all right.
All right,
Come on,
is
you gotta
Fight the
play it,
Flat
man.
Earth the
We
guy
gotta hear that.
from Twitter? I think I
What
know what you're
what happened?
talking about. Like was it FT some shit like that? Something like
FTFE,
that.
yeah, Fight the Flat Earth. But
Yeah, I
I'll
think I follow him on Twitter.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you can message him there if you want. Let's see, Black Muse and Araya. I'll get you connected to him so he can.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
So Jamal came on stage, didn't say nothing, did a bunch of raccoon memes on his PTR. We all know what he was implying, and then he left like a bitch. I don't know why, but that's
Yeah.
what happened. I
Yep.
thought he was gonna be able to talk to you, but he just wanted to show his raccoon memes and then bounce.
To tell Tune to come to their room. To tell Tune to
Now,
come to their room.
now he can claim that he came on stage. I guess that's a bummer.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna be brave.
But so
That's
that
funny.
they know, Black Muse. What we had talked about was that it was going to just be one on one, and that I don't like dog piles. So whether it's a whole bunch of one side or it doesn't matter which side, one on one I think is the best way to do a debate.
Yeah, that's what I
So
was gonna
yeah,
have you do with Jamal, but he wants to do it in a room he controls because he doesn't want any of his tactics of sophistry to be undermined. He wants to be able to do them full fledged. Um, so if he's in a room like this, he's not gonna be able to do that.
yeah,
Um, and that's all he has because he's not gonna be able to beat you on the substance or the science.
yeah. I've heard him try, and it
Yeah.
gets into it's semantics, it's word games, it's never evidence.
Yeah.
Don't say
Um,
word salad.
I'm actually queuing up some of Jamal's greatest hits, some of the
Ooh,
dumbest shit he's argued.
sounds
I
good.
just been looking for him. So y'all keep talking amongst yourselves, and we're
Make
gonna play
sure
them
you
back to back to
use.
back. What'd you say?
I said, make sure you use face protection, Tune.
I think I have one ready to go right now, just to give us a little bit of, and it's ironic because it's Jamal on the recording. Literally, I shit you not, he's literally saying how brave flat earthers are.
Ooh,
So
so
that's the one I
brave.
want to play, or how courageous. That's the term that he used. Courageous, the flat earthers are.
Courageous. Wow.
That's
Okay.
great.
So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna find that real quick because that's a hilarious clip in light of what's happening right now.
Let
All
me
right, let me.
while you're looking for that, I'll read a few things from the YouTube chat.
Yeah, please.
Kango 44 says which flatty is going to Antarctica. So if you don't know, there is Will Duffy is a pastor from. He's not. I mean, he's a pastor, but he's got some money. He lives in Denver, and he is paying for one flat earther and one normal person to go to Antarctica to see if the sun does circles over your head, or to see if it does like an arc and sets, or whatever the flat earthers think the sun would do in Antarctica. And you can't get a solid answer from them, really. He's paying for it. It's a $31,000 trip just to go from Chile to the place in Antarctica, which is about 80 degrees south latitude. So it's not an island. It's not on the edge. It's well in to Antarctica, and then back. So 31,000 just for that part. And he already offered it to Flat Earth Dave, who refused. Flat Earth Dave has to protect his grift, and he knows this would end his
Dave,
grift.
what?
Wait, what is Flat Earth Day?
Flat Earth Dave, Dave.
Oh, Dave.
Yeah.
I thought you said Dave, like they had a holiday or something.
So he goes by Dirth, also Ditrh, deep in the rabbit's hole. He's somewhat associated to Globebusters on YouTube, but he does he goes on different shows all the time.
Wasn't he just on Joe?
He was not the one on Joe Rogan. No, he was on Alex Jones with Eddie
Alex
Bravo.
Jones.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be reviewing that debate in 2 days, so
Talk about grifting.
yeah. So he got offered a free trip and said no because it will end his grift. So that's the first person that was offered. The next one is Jaron, and from Jaronism. And tomorrow, Will Duffy is speaking with Jaron on Jaron's channel, and maybe Jaron will accept.
I saw that one. Okay, yeah.
All right, I want to cut in. I want to play the first clip. I'm still looking for the other ones, but I found this one a long time ago. So what I'm going to do is, but before I cue the clips, I actually want to tell you where their sources are in case y'all want to go find them yourselves and listen to the context. I think that's important as a way to differentiate what we do from what the flat earthers do, because they never provide you full context for any of the shit they provide as evidence, and I always try to do the opposite. So both in the chat and at the top of the room is the actual link to the room from which this recording. This clip of this recording comes, and it features Jamal talking about how courageous flat earthers are, and in light of them pussyfooting around this room, and I guess I don't know, call themselves boycotting it, but really just cowering in their own room. I wanted y'all to hear how courageous that Jamal thinks flat earthers are. Go ahead and take a listen real quick. I'm gonna go ahead. Okay, I'm already in standard mode. Here we go. And listen to how courageous flat earthers are. You would think that if we were on some bullshit, if we were peddling some weird, manipulative, sophistic line of nonsense arguments and just picking, then we would kind of cower away from that part of the conversation. But we're the only ones who want to push the actual dispositive shit that's going to decide this conversation. The actual empirical, actual real world today observations and science involved in determining this. We're the only ones who want to bring anything to that part of the table. You guys want to talk about a bunch of tales. You want to give these narratives. You want to spell out these sophistic, long, built out, drawn out, like propagandistic narratives across long spans of time. It's a whole epic. You want to take us on Homeric-like narratives of when this one discovered that and this, and but what about the gravitation? Bro, are we talking about the shape of the earth or not?
Wow.
That's especially ironic given that they won't come in here and talk to you, bro.
So much bold talk.
It's hella bold for somebody who's too much of a bitch to come in. It's really hella bold. And also, what's like super ironic is most of the stuff that he described that I guess the Globe side is guilty of is exactly what they're guilty of right now in real time. And most of the time when they argue. So the projection is real. But I wanted to play that for you because it's especially ironic right now. But what do y'all make of that? What y'all just heard?
Yeah, it's very ironic with all that bold talk. Of course, he also seemed to think that they have evidence and empirical things and stuff like that. Like, that's very strange. I find flat earthers often shy away from any the most empirical measurements. I can show photographs of the curve, and they suddenly don't want photographs. They want measurements. So I'll bring measurements. They're like, oh no, wait, I want a photograph. Which one did you want? You keep going back and forth. So, but wow, just the bold talk of how brave he thinks they are for not being here. Wow.
The thing is that he's really intelligent. and he knows how to speak and such. And it's too bad he's not putting that effort into like just learning science rather than learning arguments. But Mike, I know Michael. I know that you've uh, discussed spherical excess.
Yes.
Earlier in the room, a common objection in the flat Earth room is, why are you looking up? We should be looking at the ground. Number one, looking up is 100% valid, because if we are on a spinning ball going through space with other spinning balls in orbit and such, then that would give very predictable things that we would see, and what we see matches those predictions exactly to the heliocentric model. And if you get picky about it, use the relativity model. Otherwise, Newtonian is fine. But spherical excess, that is to say, when you're surveying large distances between 3 points and forming a triangle, why don't I just hand that off to you, and why don't you explain what that is and why it's significant and how it's been used for several hundred years?
Yeah, so yeah, it's a good one. So on the surface of a sphere, when you measure a triangle, and you need to be very precise in your measurements. And so one of the things you need to do is you need to make sure that your measurement is perpendicular to horizontal, your vertical and horizontal planes. The horizontal plane of the theodolite is perpendicular to vertical. That's important. So one thing they sometimes will do is they'll kind of draw some pictures or have like a globe with a pencil sticking on it with some Play-Doh holding it up, and then they'll have yarn between the tips of the pencils. But those tips of the pencils are not perpendicular, and they're not measuring the angles the right way that you do with the theodolite. So you need to do the right type of measurement and do it the right way. And of course, that's one thing that flat earthers typically don't like doing is a good measurement. They'll say, oh no, that's wrong somehow. For some reason they don't like it. So anyway, when you do that, if you have a large enough triangle for your measurement apparatus, then when you sum the angles of the triangle, you get more than 180 degrees. And across the United States in the late 1800s, they did a survey from coast to coast. And on the West Coast especially, it's mountainous. So they were doing these measurements from mountaintop to mountaintop, and they are many kilometers apart. And since they're so far apart, the spherical excess gets rather large compared to on the East Coast. On the East Coast, the spherical excess of these triangles are super, super small. So on the West Coast, these are large spherical excess triangles, and it's very, very obvious that these measurements are high quality measurements, and that there is more than 180 degrees in these triangles. So when you can take the distance of the legs of the triangles and the angles in the triangles, and you can actually then determine the radius of the Earth from the triangle. And guess what we get when we do that? We get 6,371 kilometers for the radius of the Earth.
So the business came back, but he won't speak on stage. I wonder why. He keeps trying to invite you to a different room, which is weird because we're not going anywhere. But
Jamal, if you want a different night, just reach out to me, mctune@mctune.net, or there's other ways, and set that up. But tonight, this was set up to be here, and an open invite to flat earthers. Hey, and if you don't have the stones, I get it, Jamal. That's fine. Not everybody has what it takes to do public speaking. It's it's fine.
I wouldn't let MC Tune talk to me like that. That's just
there are organizations. I used to work with a guy that was in Toastmasters, and they taught people how to do public speaking. So maybe find your local Toastmaster chapter and join them.
Yeah, like the South Bronx Toastmasters division. They might have one out there. I doubt it though. But yeah, clearly he's too much of a bitch made nigga to actually talk in here, so I guess it's not happening. But like, I really, really,
Jason, he is on YouTube.
I'm aware. I know what I'm doing. But like, obviously, I am. I'm like amused by how scared the whole quote unquote flat Earth gang is right now, because they was talking all that tough stuff like just a couple of days ago when I went in there and I flamed Jamal and I basically exposed him for pretending to know shit about interferometry. He didn't know a damn thing about interferometry. And now he can talk that mess in here if he wanted to. He could actually talk to the big boys, but he won't for some reason.
Yeah,
And I can't
Black.
figure out why.
I wonder if we can. I mean, I really want to make this a forum for Jamal, and I wonder if there's any possibility that we could get really Jamal and Michael just to talk to each other for a
Oh,
few
I would love
minutes and
that.
see how that
We
goes.
we could even clear the stage.
We really would.
We
I
Yes,
could
would
I
totally
was
clear the
do
going to
stage.
that.
Yeah.
suggest
Would you
that.
guys like us to do that?
I'd be good for that.
All right, let's go ahead and do that.
How about we commit? Let's give Jamal 5 minutes to
Yeah,
address either spherical excess or any other topic,
yeah, we
really,
can do that.
and just give
We
him
can
some
do that.
time. No interruptions. I'm happy to go down to the audience. I think we
Give
should
him
clear
some
the
time to
stage,
build up some courage.
and give him some time. He
Yeah,
can get everything out, and
yeah.
then we can
We'll
give
go from there.
Toon
Yeah.
time.
Go ahead and move yourself to the
All right,
audience
I'm
real
going to do
quick,
that.
and let's give Jamal a chance to build up some confidence.
So who's gonna stay to let everybody else up? Back
I
up
am.
again?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is he here?
No, look like he left.
Oh, he
He left.
ran. Wow,
Yeah.
cleared the
He put it.
stage.
Real
He
fast.
said this bozo thinks he got the
Tucked
juice.
tucked
I
tail.
dropped the link to our room that welcomed them.
Wow,
Yeah, he's scared, bro. I tried
Yeah.
to tell y'all he's scared to the bone.
When I went
bro,
into
he
that
didn't
room
let them
earlier,
do
they
it.
said they weren't coming. That
Yeah.
Toon was a clown or something like that, and
Well, he got Tune in his PTR. He got this man face in his PTR.
Yeah, he
Well, we
loves
tried,
me.
guys. We
He
tried.
loves me.
We tried. Well, like when John suggested what he did, and we all responded real fast. All he could do was run. His whole thing is to try to chastise us into going in their room. But the thing is, like, he's easier to manipulate than us because his ego is really wrapped up in this shit. I'm just
Well, I
making
think
fun
that
of
was
him.
a worthwhile exercise.
No,
Hey,
it was no,
Canadian.
but it really reveals who's really scared here. Like, I'm not going in that room, not because I'm afraid, but because I actually want to have the conversation a certain way. Like, we can have it next time in their room if they want, but they're not gonna steal our thunder. We're the ones that brought him here, and so they need to respect
Right,
that. We was just in their
right.
room the other day, and then
oh, they
John
asked
went
that. They
into
said,
their
Shane,
"Who brought
John
him?"
went
when
wait
Shane
shut up for
came,
2 seconds.
no,
John went
look, when
into their
Shane
room
came,
when they had Shane, and it's
Shane,
the same
yeah,
shit.
when Shane came,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shane St.
we didn't
Pierre.
run. Yeah, we didn't run from
Yeah.
Shane. Like like what?
right,
Like what is that shit? So like I don't
the
know, bro.
same
Like
people
they've
on
made up
stage
a whole
talked to
bunch of weird
Shane.
narratives, but it's really just a way to rationalize the fact that they're scared. They're scared
Well, I
as
just
hell.
went over there and mentioned to the whole gang that we had cleared the stage for Jamal, and he ran. And what I got from Nomad was, "Hey John, your desperation is showing."
Wow.
Oh
Yeah.
wow,
No man feels real tough in that room, doesn't he?
Can I ask
circle
Toon a question?
jerking, circle jerking.
What
It is
about
what it is.
Rohan? Who is he a
A flatty?
flatty? Yeah.
Oh,
Rohan?
Who
Rohan, are
is?
you kidding? He
What are
does
you talking about?
experiments.
He's one of
He's
the
I
a
didn't
best of
know
us.
Nomad was a
I
flat
don't know
earth.
who. I don't know
Damn,
who's a
get my
Glober
gift
and a
now.
flatty. I'm sorry.
You
we're all
hang out in
Glovers
there
here.
enough. You should know by now.
I don't. I don't. I do hang out with them.
What's up, everybody? What up, Alante?
What's up, dog?
What up? What up? So we trying to have a room where we invite the flat earthers to talk to our man MC Toon. He's a known flat earth debunker. And they scared, bro. They won't even come in here, bro.
Bro, scared. This is crazy.
Alante,
I don't think I've ever
Alante,
seen.
So
is that fear? Because that's what they call it in my hood where I'm from, and I know you from a similar place, bro. And are they scared, bro?
It
'Cause
seems like
that's what
scared.
it seemed like to me, bro. Like, what is
Scared.
happening right now? They scared.
Hey,
Um,
if Tune if Tune drop in the room tomorrow for like 15 minutes, I bet you they all scatter like.
I see
Bro.
Jamal commented here. He called me a bozo, and he said that he said, I'll just read it. This bozo thinks he got the juice. I'm sitting here waiting, Jamal. I'm just saying. The juice.
I went back and rubbed it
I
in
got
again.
buckets of juice here, and I don't know.
Dang, bro, you
Tune,
getting
can I ask Tune a
called out,
question?
bro.
I mean, look, we're not going to get the conversation from the flat earthers. That's a bummer. I'm embarrassed, frankly. Clearly, the flat Earth gang here on Clubhouse is the B team. But Tune, you've interacted with the let's just call them the elites, right? Like Wisset and whoever else these guys are. I I'm curious, like maybe we should just kind of get meta here. Like, what do you think is really going on here? Are these guys? Are there mental health issues? Is it a grift? Is it just like
Damn.
culty behavior? Like, is it bad education? Is
It's a
it
jambalaya of
like I'm
all of
just curious because you've clearly have a higher level experience than us in dealing with this movement here. I think we should just maybe get into that.
All right. Well, the philosophy of it, the psychology of it. So, all of the above, I think. You see, I'll start with the mental health and then move on from there. But there are definitely some very hurt individuals, and so kid gloves is something to be careful of there. At the same time, they're out there spreading misinformation, so it's a give and take on that. So like Victor Crute is obviously quite severely mentally challenged. He's in England, and Mikey Smith, same thing with him. He's in Canada. So both of them have some pretty severe issues. So I won't say much more than that. I don't want to be too crude to them. Then lack of education, I think, is almost universal for them. There's a few that have some background, but for the most part they don't. Even the smart ones, the ones that they think are geniuses, Witsit, he can't do not calculus. He can't do algebra. He can't do basic algebra, like ninth grade algebra. I homeschool our kids. I teach them algebra, so I know when they cover the kinds of algebra that you might do for different types of things. So Witsit a couple years ago had tried to equate Coulomb's law with Newton's law of gravitation. But he didn't do it. He didn't try to do it himself. He asked ChatGPT to do it. Then he copy-pasted it in an email, claimed that he did it, but did not remove the formatting from ChatGPT. So you could tell it was from ChatGPT. And it was just every line was an error, an algebra error that ChatGPT did, but he looked it over and said, "Yep, wow, we totally nailed it," and then sent it on to somebody without doing even the basic look at line 1 and line 2 of the algebra to see if it actually made sense. It didn't. So he can't do algebra. He's the one that people are like, he knows his physics. He doesn't know his physics. He's the one that says that in a magnet there's centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. This is nonsense. Those are word salad combinations that don't have any meaning, and that's not anything that exists in physics. But he doesn't have any background in physics, so when he heard Ken Wheeler say it, he wasn't unable to distinguish between Ken Wheeler's nonsense and actual physics, because Ken Wheeler weaves in real physics. So he couldn't decipher that or the differences. So the lack of education is pretty much universal, and you see a lot of stolen credentials. People claiming to have a background, like Trey Hutchinson says that he is a mechanical engineer. Well, he's not a mechanical engineer. He didn't go to school for that. When you go to be a mechanical engineer, you get a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, and then to really do it, you'd want to get your independent certification, which is another test. But he didn't go to school for that at all. He worked at a place that manufactured these rigs that you put on top of ski boats. that you pull a water skier with. He worked at that fabrication plant, and he got a title that said engineer of some sort, and then declared that he's a mechanical engineer. But he doesn't have any background in it. So again, it's stolen credentials. So lack of education, yes, pretty much universal. Grifters, yes, I think that a small number of them are grifters. There's not a lot that are making money at it, so not a lot of them actually can be grifters. But I think, and this I really think is the key. I think that it is, for a lot of them, it's social. That I think, this is conjecture, but looking at some of them that I've talked with and kind of figured out what I can, they didn't have a social construct in their life, and a lot of them kind of bounced around between different groups and never really found something that clicked. And then they discovered the secret knowledge, and now they're the holder of the secret knowledge, and they feel special and important, and they're with a group that also feels special and important because they all have the secret knowledge. And everybody needs community, and the people here, you guys that are here on Clubhouse often, this is your community, and it's great. We all need it. And flat earthers that are on Clubhouse, that's their community. And flat earthers that are in Discord, that's their community. So that's part of the reason why they connected in, because they were accepted, and I'm glad for that for them socially. But it's not a reason to stick with something that's wrong. So it's sad for that.
And I maintain that what they are doing really is dangerous for society, democracy. And
Yes.
I mean, I've actually talked with some of them. Some of them just come flat out and say, democracy is not a good thing, John. And I think it fits right into the anti-democracy, anti-truth, anti-government, anti-expertise, anti-science, and all that stuff is one and the same, and it is goaded on by dark forces. And I mean, that's kind of my conspiracy theory, if you want, but I'm pretty wedded to it.
Yeah. Somebody's saying that Jamal J wants my attention. Is he in my YouTube chat?
The desperation, bro.
Did he jump over to? Hold on.
I guess any way
he
to,
is.
like, any
tell
way
the YouTube
to try to
come back
undermine
to
what we're doing
Clubhouse.
right now is hilarious. But
there he is. Yep, he's in the chat here on YouTube. He ran there. Good job. You ran there. And so moderators, please don't time him out here. Let him say all his derp and make a fool of himself here. He's already
now he's really exposed.
Yeah, he's already made a fool of himself over on Clubhouse.
Dang.
He's made a fool of himself in his boastful talking, and then his lack of stones to come and face me here. That's fine. You don't It shows us, Jamal, what you're made of. So okay.
Oh man.
So is he able to talk on the YouTube or just
no? It's
chat?
just the live chat. Yeah. So what do you think, John? Right, about the community aspect of it?
Yeah, no, I think what you said is exactly right. I gave a talk actually to a bunch of physics teachers just Saturday, and I'm going to redo it tomorrow morning on Clubhouse here. And one of the things I wanted to get into is some of those motivations, because I think some of it's religious. Some of it is, I think, actually driven by political considerations. I think the loneliness thing, the failure and the finding something that they can be the master of at some level. In Jamal's case, clearly he gets a lot of adulation by people because he has the gift of gab in a way that I wonder if you have ever encountered a flat earther who speaks as just astonishing word salads as Jamal.
It is very impressive.
It's really impressive.
Well, I've encountered Witsit, and
he doesn't hold a candle to Jamal, in my opinion.
Well, I've also encountered, I think the master of not shutting up is Bro Sanchez. So maybe he and Jamal could duke it out on who could
Yeah, they're
hog the mic
similar.
more.
Yeah.
This is Jamal's opportunity to claim a space in the pantheon here. I can't believe he's
Oh, he
this.
already has one. He's already famous.
Remember when he used to come in my room and pretend like he wasn't terrified? Those are the good old days. I actually miss those days when he would come in here and act like he was the big bad wolf. These are his words. This is how he referred to himself. He once said, I quote, "I'm the big bad wolf over and out," at the end of a long-winded diatribe in which he said literally the dumbest things I've ever heard. That's that dude who's afraid to come in here and actually come off mute and speak to MC Tune. I don't know if he's more afraid of me or you, Tune. I can't tell because he's been avoiding me a lot lately ever since he lost $1,000 bet. I'll tell you about that later. But like, yeah, it's insane. Like, he's supposed to be so tough from the South Bronx, but he can't even come in here and speak.
So there's a flat earther on Facebook, John something Jack Cushman something who wants to bet me $5,000 that 19 miles across Lake Tahoe, that from one dock to another dock, and he picked the docks, and they're just normal docks, they're not really high. He thinks that with the P1000 he'll be able to zoom in to me standing on the other dock 19 miles away. And I'm like, okay. let's do it. I have $5,000 in escrow already.
Take that.
And
I would take that.
And let's do it. But that's been since January. He's been finding reasons to not do anything on it. And then he gets on and he talks big on
Flat Earthers would never do that.
Oh no.
And one thing, I don't know if you've that's an area, Michael, that I've thought about, and I because I think it's pretty clear that the refraction that will carry a laser beam across the horizon, because a temperature inversion will do that.
Yeah.
Will totally mess up an image. So there might be light from you would get there, but I don't believe there'd be any way it would be in a coherent form that would form a recognizable image of you.
No.
Is that kind of your sense, or what are you thinking?
I did the analysis, of course, and I know what would necessarily happen in order for a laser, for example, to get across versus a recognizable photograph. And no, it would have to be a very very consistent coefficient of refraction in that bottom 3 meters, because the camera would be no higher than 3 meters, and the person standing on the other side would be no higher than 3 meters. So in order to get that and not have it be completely just vertically squashed into, basically zero vertical space, or as small as possible, it would not. I don't think it actually could be possible, even with the most favorable conditions possible.
That's what I think too. I think the basically they're kind of mirages, effectively kind of small scale mirages, would just screw up. They bring the light into the camera, but the light would be coming from all different directions. It wouldn't be a coherent image.
You need so it's a coefficient of refraction of plus 0.9 won't quite do it. And if anybody knows coefficient of refraction, 0.9 is ridiculously high to and what the kind of compression, vertical compression you get with that is extreme. So.
Well, what happens? One thing I do know, one of the interesting facts is that a very minor temperature inversion will carry light across with radiuses much less than the radius of the Earth. So it's easy to get light to bend much faster than the radius of the Earth. But once again, it comes at the cost of not maintaining optical coherence, I think.
Yeah, and that's why they like the lasers at night, because it's so easy to be deceptive about it and just pretend that refraction doesn't exist.
I actually did a calculation and worked it out. It only takes 1/10 of a degree per meter of a temperature gradient above a surface. That is to say, with it colder near the ground
That's a
and
tenth
getting warmer
Celsius,
by
right?
1/10 of a degree per meter as you rise, for light to refract equal to the radius of the curvature of the Earth.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. Or the lapse rate of 1 degree per 10 meters.
But
That's
the
what I
greater
think.
it becomes, the worse the image that you're trying to accumulate on the camera sensor is. So you're not going to be able to get a coherent image even if you have that kind of refraction, because the higher the refraction, the worse the image becomes on the other edge.
Yeah. One of the popular videos shows green laser over the lake at night, but the laser is
Well,
bouncing around
there's
quite a bit.
another reason for that. You've got all these little particles in the air. You can actually shine a laser through your room, and you'll see some few particles going here and there. And when you're actually shining that laser higher into the horizon, higher than the horizon, those are the particles that you are actually seeing. You're not seeing the actual laser. You're seeing that laser scattered over these particles on the lake. And because it's in the direction of the laser, you're going to think that it's, that's what you're seeing. I did a quick experiment with just a little humidifier across the room. I had my laser completely, covered by the humidifier on the other side, and whatever mist coming out of the humidifier showed as if that laser, the source of the laser, and it didn't even require refraction to get that to happen. So many reasons that why you'll be able to see that laser coming across the lake.
A couple of us have also done an experiment with a hot frying pan, where we set up a laser and then bring the frying pan down near just above the laser beam going across the living room. And you see a very obvious downward deflection because the air near the frying pan above the laser is lower density as it gets heated.
Yep.
And
I'm really glad to see MC Tunes here. I have had a couple of brushes with the flatties in Clubhouse, and they weren't really nice. Most of the time, they were not nice. They're actually crying right now that you guys have been talking something about us, and on the other hand, they were never nice. They were kicking people out, they're pushing people down, doing all sorts of crazy things, and not even acknowledging all the science that we're trying to give them, and they'll just give you big talk and not back it up. But I like also how they like to lose bets. They keep coming up with challenges and bets and losing them left, right, and center everywhere. So, tunes for showing up. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I have what I call the laws of flerf, and the second law of flerf is that all flerf challenges are fake. So and that would include bets, for example. So if you're going to do a bet, you need to put the money in escrow, because if it's not an escrow, then they're just going to walk away from it and not pay. So,
I got this guy who owes me $10,000 for showing one of the rockets going up all the way to orbit.
Yeah.
With one shot, not broken, with no CGI, nothing. I get him something from the one of the space shuttles doing that, going all the way to orbit.
Yeah.
And with a single shot, not even broken at any point, and nothing. He's gone, and with my $10,000.
So what's your name? I see it popping up there, but it's not characters I can read.
Sam. If you click on my name, you'll see the rest of it. I have it in both Arabic and English. So okay. I am MC Tunes of the Arab world.
Okay, there it is. Okay.
All right, MC Tune, just real quick, I just wanted to let you know, at whatever point is natural in the conversation, I finally found or queued up a rather lengthy segment I want us to listen to. It's going to be a lot to it. It's going to involve Jamal, who was too scared to actually speak in person, talking about his diffraction limit, light attenuation nonsense. That's a replacement for the clear obstruction of the sun by the ground. So I just wanted to let you know that that's queued up whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, let me read a couple more things from the YouTube chat, and then we'll go to that. How about that?
Sounds great.
All right. Kango44 says Witsit says the sun says that as the sun sets, it moves away, but the atmosphere magnifies it, so it appears to stay the same size. So during the sunrise, that magnification effect magically reverses. So yeah, this is just, it's just a religious belief. He doesn't have the any empirical evidence for it. And why does it make it horizontally? What's the cause for the horizontal magnification? There's definitely a reason for vertical, because there's a vertical temperature gradient that causes the changes in the index of refraction, but that does the opposite of magnification. It actually gives you compression in the normal case. In cases where you have different layers, you get weirder effects. But the base case, it causes vertical compression. So it's the opposite. And horizontally, there's no plausible mechanism for refraction to cause the size of the sun to stay the same. So it's just anybody that believes them is just gullible. Alexander L. says, Veritas has an epic video on the flat earth delusion. The Witsit section is amazing, and he deep dives into the anti-Semitism of Witsit. And MC Toon is heavily clipped. A masterpiece. It is, yeah. So Veritas on YouTube. And I've talked with him a couple times. I went on his Twitch live stream a couple months ago, and every once in a while he'd update me on this video. He's like, it's going to be an hour. It's going to be long. It's going to be 2 hours. It's 4 hours now. And he comes out with it. It's like 8 hours. So if you haven't seen that it's out, go find it. It's not hard to find. And, set some time aside, because it's very, very well done.
This is on the Veritas channel, you say?
Yeah, yep. He has 200 some thousand subscribers. So
yeah.
You'll know that that's the one. Alexander L. again says, Witsit's destruction on InfoWars had to devastate his career. He realized he would remain a fringe figure with no way to monetize his grift to another level. Get a job. Yeah, he did not come across well on InfoWars, and that's his target market. So then he went to a highly aggressively anti-Semitic guy that doesn't believe the Holocaust but wishes that it did happen. That's how sick he is. It went to this guy to debate him and try to convince his audience to all become flat earthers. Super, Witsit. You really picked the your target audience, Witsit. All right, Lord Luminous Pooh says, don't mind me, just pretend I'm not here. Oh, you were already doing that. Carry on, carry on. Janusz Takas says, I would ask you to show my solstice animation, but there's no flerf here who would get angry about it. Yeah, so Janusz has a really nice animation I will be using, but he at some point, but he has several different animations. My favorite one, he did an animation showing what the flat Earth sun should appear to do in Antarctica or anywhere you want. So that's a good one. All right. All right. Let's go there. Let's get what you have queued up. You got that ready?
I do. I got it ready to go. All right, now, so here's the thing. Oh, it's gonna be lengthy. So what I want to do is I want to defer to you, Toon. If you feel like there's a good stopping point, it's like, oh man, I haven't thought about that. I want to talk about what I just heard. Just let me know and I'll stop it.
Okay.
I think it'll be good to break it up that way, so that we're just not all passively listening for the next 20 minutes.
Wow. Yeah. Let's keep it not too long. Yeah.
The other thing is I have the ability to listen to it sped up a little bit. If that annoys you, I can slow it down to normal speed. Is that okay with you that I start off with it?
Yeah, start it a little faster.
All right, cool. So it's going to take a while to kind of develop because it's kind of a natural conversation. But let me know if there's a stopping point. You're like, oh, I want to kind of talk about that.
All
okay,
right.
We good?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Oh, sorry. The last thing I want to say, and I meant to say this before, is at the top of the room and in the chat is the link to what we're going to play. And I'm starting at the timestamp 44 minutes and 13 seconds in, just to be very clear about where I'm starting. The name of the room is called Flat Earth University Fridays. It's one of the first ones that I did, and it features several people on stage, including Jamal and Brandon, who are flat earthers, and they're going to give their weird diffraction limit azimuthal doma vision. Sun goes really far away, but that doesn't get smaller for some reason. Hypothesis. So here goes.
But yeah, I mean, to me, it doesn't really address kind of like the main. So like the reason why we even got to talking about sunsets at all is because there's a kind of traditional flat Earth model. Apparently, there are other variations that I'm just discovering today. Jamal has a special version. He never describes it, but apparently it's like really good. But the traditional one is not consistent with what we observe as sunsets and sunrises, because at no point on the flat Earth, the traditional flat Earth model, is the sun supposed to be so low that it's being obscured by the ground. And that's exactly what it seems like we see at sunsets. And so I've been asking for an explanation of how something that is so blatantly inconsistent with this model is being observed on a daily basis. Because it seems like, at least potentially, that is a daily debunking or undermining or contradiction of this model. It disproves the model outright.
But don't they say it's a dome? Which, I think that's why they add the dome or the firmament. They call is it the firmament? I don't know what it's called. To tell you the truth.
Well, so I guess Jamal has a special one where I guess the firmament doesn't matter. But yeah, some of them say that there's like so that
was a dome. You can get that.
It's called your azimuthal grid of vision. So it's like the way we look at the sky, it appears to be a dome-like structure, even when we're looking at the sun going up and over and down. So it's just based on our perspective.
Let me clarify this, because this is
an interesting point.
Wait, are you saying that we just perceive there to be some kind of dome shape, or is there actually a dome shape?
I mean, like, when I say azimuthal grid of vision, it's like how we view our world, like in our particular area. Like, we understand that, the sky is very vast and the ground is very vast. It's just that based on our particular position on the ground and on each part of the earth, it just appears that our sky is like has a dome. Even when
I get the appearance point, but what I'm asking is, does the model? So, which model are you guys dealing with? Are we dealing with the model where there's a literal dome that keeps all the atmosphere in, or like what are we doing? Is it just a perception thing?
When it comes to like the azimuthal,
it's a perception thing. That's not exclusive to the flat Earth. That's just reality. Even if you want to believe it's a globe, our optics exists inside of a personal dome, an azimuthal dome.
Yeah, there's our
right? So
perception.
papers out. Yeah, it's also
Okay, so do you guys
personal celestial sphere, you could call it.
Do you guys remain neutral on whether or not there's an actual dome?
I mean, I'm a bit agnostic on it. Just last night I was saying that as long as I've been in this shit, I've never fully accepted that. It just sounds so crazy, but I'll be damned if I can't.
I'm crazy.
I can't deny it. I can't debunk it.
We say we are enclosed based on atmospheric pressures and this being pressure system, stuff like that. So if it's a dome, we don't know actually if it is a dome shape, but just how we appear, like it appears to our eyes, it looks like a dome. But as far as like a dome, actual dome, I do know there's some type of enclosure.
But if it is a disk,
Brandon, go ahead, finish, and then after Brandon, we'll go to Avi. Yeah. After Avi, we'll go to Carlos. After Carlos, we'll go to Kirko in that order, just because I want everybody to talk over each other. Go ahead, Brandon.
Well, I'm just saying, as far as how we see the world, it appears to be like a dome, like just like Jamal was saying, it's based on our perception. But as far as an actual dome, I'm not sure what it would look like if it's the shape of a dome. But as far as being enclosure, we are enclosed. This is enclosure.
Okay, Avi, then Carlos, then Kirko.
Okay, I just needed some clarification on a statement I just heard. Jamal, you said that the dome is irrespective of a flat Earth, as it exists no matter what. When you say that this thing exists no matter what, like in reality, right? When you say that, what exactly are you talking about, like on a round Earth exactly? Like, could you describe it on a round Earth concept?
My bad. Give me a second. I just woke back in the house and got a little while. Let me ask the question again. I'll read my phone.
Yeah, it sounded like you were saying that the dome concept exists not only or only exclusively on a flat Earth theory or flat Earth model, that it exists like in reality,
right?
This dome concept. And so I'm trying to figure out what exactly you mean. And so like since obviously I'm a round Earth believer, right? I'm trying to figure out how you would even describe a dome in that.
Right. So I think you're conflating the dome I'm talking about, which is a perspective, like Brandon said, the azimuthal perspective grid, azimuthal dome or vision, whatever. You can play with whatever words. It has to do with your optical perception. It literally exists in a dome, right? If you could see through the floor, it'd be a sphere, but we can't. So we only see the it's a hemisphere. We only see the top half of the dome in all directions, 360 degrees around you. Look up. I think a perfect way to kind of understand and visualize it is like if you see a sun setting there on the horizon on perfect and right conditions, whatever, you'll see the sun setting. You'll see the nice corpuscular rays spreading out in all directions. You can follow those rays, follow them up from out the sun, up over your head, and you'll see the rays and trace them and turn all the way around 180 degrees, and they'll go back and converge to another point, and it'll look like there's another sun setting behind you. This is a real phenomenon known as what you call anti-corpuscular rays. So that perfectly just kind of traces out and shows you the dome that your vision exists in, right? It's like your own little personal optical dome. It's not a tangible physical.
All right. You want to pause it?
Yep. Got it.
Okay. So this azimuthal grid of vision is pure word salad, and it was Whitsitt that coined the word salad term. And he stopped talking about it more recently, but there's nothing behind it. It's just words. So what he's trying to claim is that if you're standing in Australia looking due south, and you look at right at dusk, right, just as the sun is setting, you look due south and you see the constellation Sigma Octantis, or the center of rotation, the south celestial sphere. And but let's stick with Sigma Octantis. That somehow the individual stars in that constellation, right at dusk, you can look pretty much south. It's not perfectly south, but you can see them. And then about 12 hours later, because if it's June, then it's going to be dark for longer than 12 hours, and you could see the stars still. You'll still see pretty much south the same stars. Yet on flat Earth, the dome is rotating around, at least in some of their claims, and because they'll say that the Bible says that the stars are embedded in the firmament. So they have to be stuck to the dome somehow and attached to it. So somehow, according to them, the stars moved over the course of that 12 hours around half of the circumference of the flat Earth, yet you still see them due south in Australia. How does that happen? Well, they just offer the word salad, azimuthal grid of vision. Well, what is that? Oh, it's perspective. Well, what does that mean? Well, there's a dome. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, it's they just come up with different words that they try to substitute in to convince the easily convinced. They think it sounds good. They're like, oh, that works for me. Well, you're very gullible if it works for you, because that's not actually any explanation. So what has to happen for that to work is that somehow magically the light from the stars, no matter where they are in embedded in the firmament, has to come from, at one point of the night, it's directly behind you. And somehow it has to come from directly behind you and appear in front of you. How does that happen? Pure magic.
Yeah, and of course the other thing is that everybody in the southern hemisphere is looking in a different direction to see this thing that's in the south, right? And yet it's there. And so that really is the thing ultimately. And I think it's been now immortalized by when Shane stole Walter Bislin's model, which was intended to show just how completely ridiculous this personal dome of vision idea was. Yeah. And now they've all embraced it, because now it's a flat earther rather than a flat earth debunker who's pushing the exact same model.
Yeah, it's very telling, because it's meant to basically show this is impossible, and they don't even see, they're blind to the impossible portion of it. How does the light get from one side to the other? Now, Shane also stole the Eclipse animation. I don't know if you've seen that, but the Eclipse animation actually takes the eclipse predicted using VSOP 87 and ELP 2000. These are ephemerides of the location of the planets in the solar system for I think 6,000 years, accurate to 1 arc second. That's VSOP 87, and then ELP 2000 is an ephemeris that specifically tracks the position of the moon. It takes into account the gravity of the sun, gravity of the Earth, gravity of the moon, mass of all of them. I think, if I remember correctly, it includes the perturbations due to Venus, and then outputs the location of the moon. The distance from the Earth to the moon is input into that formula using the actual distances measured from using the retroreflectors placed on the moon by humans in the 1960s and early 70s. Or if, as some landing deniers claim, humans didn't go there, they only sent automated craft there, which of course Russia did. So yes, there are retroreflectors there from Russia. But anyway, this isn't about moon landing. It's about just the distance to the moon. Somehow the distance to the moon was measured very precisely. All that's input into it and then projected onto an azimuthal equidistant projection from the globe. That's their flat Earth. And then those positions were backtracked to where the sun and moon would have to be. So everything was reversed from the globe and then shown, well, this is what the sun and moon would have to do over flat Earth. And notice how it doesn't actually work. Why would the sun be here? Why would the and why would the moon take this particular path in order to block the the view of the sun for this these positions across the surface of the Earth from Mexico through Maine and Nova Scotia? No reason, and it's all backwards. It's not a model. A model includes predictive abilities and causation. So why does the moon do that? A model would include the why, but it doesn't.
Michael, one time I, in the Flat Earth room, discussed light sources and obscuration, and if you have multiple viewers from across, lined up side by side, viewing that light source and the obscuration at various positions, that they could correlate their data and come up with an exact calculation of the size and distance of both the obscuration and the light source. And then when I pointed out that the eclipse of April 8th, millions of people watched an obscuration and a light source, and you could correlate that data and get an exact size and location of both the obscuration, the moon, and the light source, the sun, then they freaked out and said that doesn't apply.
Well, I drove to Texas for the eclipse, and Bob, the science guy, drove to, I think, Ohio. He lives in Michigan. I'm in Minnesota. So I was on the phone with him just as totality began, and he started a timer on his side when my totality began, and then he used the same timer. He ended the timer when his totality began, and he used that to determine I forget. I think it was both the distance to the moon and the distance to the sun, along with some other inputs. So yeah, but somehow that doesn't count because it contradicts flat Earth. Yeah. Amazing when you really do stuff. All right, yeah, let's hear more of their amazing word salad.
Yeah, it was just getting good. But again, I want to reiterate. Please feel free to interrupt or stop me when it's a good stopping point or something you want to kind of tease out. All right, here we go.
Saying because we're standing on, say, like a level surface or whatever. Even if it's a ball, even if it's a globe, in reality, it's just how optics works. No. I'm saying like on a level surface, like a street. I'm not talking about like the entire Earth. I'm talking about just on like a street or whatever. Standing on some surface, you're just talking about your ability to see. You will literally only see in a literal like dome-like amount because you can't see a sphere, like a whole sphere. You can't fully see like a whole sphere. Yeah. I got you. So that's just what you can see. Not that's what you can see. Not like literally. You're not saying that's what exists, but rather that's what your vision allows. Yeah, that's the end of your. That's where your optics. Anything outside of that dome, the light will never reach you. You'll never be able to perceive it. It will never be optical until it enters into that dome. That's the matrix. Your optics exists inside of. It's like a dome. Okay, that's all I was asking.
I'll hit my question. So I'm still trying to understand the flat Earth model, and I know there's a bunch of them. So we've got the disc-shaped Earth, and we've got the hemispherical field of view, or whatever you want to call it.
I don't know. This may be a little misleading, but
No, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to reinterpret.
Wait. Is it not a disc now? Because that's different.
No, I thought it was a disc. I
went Jamal's version.
Yeah, I'm still.
Let me finish my version. Let me finish my question because this is a simple question I have. Is okay. Assuming we have this dome perception. Does the sun travel on that dome perception, or is it literally right above the flat Earth? You know what I'm saying? In other words, is the sun changing altitude in the flat Earth model, or is it just rotating above at a certain distance?
I think the starting point and the assumption kind of just start to try to model it is keep a consistent altitude, and then it's just moving forward away from you. So perspective will angle it down and bring it down that dome.
Okay, so it's a set altitude.
Mm-hmm. So, to be honest, when it comes to things in the sky, I love entertaining all sorts of explanations, and this one that I've been providing for the longest seems to check off all the boxes so far. I don't see any holes with it, but it's cool to assume. I mean, it's just for conversation's sake and to keep it going, so we can start conceptualizing how this could work. I'm cool with setting it at a constant altitude, and just moving forward in the sky. And perspective is going to angle it down into your azimuthal dome until if you guys remember, I read the definition of the word horizon the other day, and it defined the horizon as the intersection of the point of the celestial sphere that meets a plane tangent to an observer's position, right, on the ground. So yeah, tangent has the connotation of, right, or something circular, like you're standing on something perhaps spherical, right, tangent of a sphere, but it is literally saying where the horizon exists is you extend a plane out from under your feet. So it's kind of contradictory, right? The plane is under your foot and it goes all the way out to the horizon where a dome comes down and meets it. That dome is your perspective dome. It's not a literal tangent, but that's where the horizon exists, is out there.
You want me to stop?
Yeah. It's It's just more magic talk, more word salad,
No, not from Jamal.
Yeah, where he, that clip you played earlier of him boasting about bravery, he also boasted about empirical evidence. Well, where's the empirical evidence of whatever causes these things to happen? Right?
Merriam-Webster.
That's not empirical evidence, of course. That's just definitions. It's the wrong order. You don't. The definition doesn't dictate reality. Reality is reality.
Exactly.
So, all right, people are saying that was sped up a little too fast. So when you play it next time, maybe drop it a little in the speed.
Yeah, I'll drop it right.
So, no empirical, no plausible mechanism. And if you really look at it, when you're trying to figure out why, right? In science, you kind of, there's two kind of things that you figure out. You figure out what, and you figure out why. And the what part is easy, right? Well, what does light do when it goes through a medium of a different density of some sort? Well, we can figure out the what and output Snell's law. But why does that happen? Well, Snell didn't include that in Snell's law, and I don't think anybody contemporary to Snell really had an understanding of why, and only recently have people come to have an understanding of why light refracts like that. And even now, the understanding of why light refracts is a challenging topic, but it doesn't matter so much. What happens? It refracts, and we know the amount that it refracts. So they don't even have the what, right? They're like, well, it has to do it for this. It has to do it this way. Okay, well, show that it does that outside of just your claim that it must do that, because it's circular. They're like, well, they say the earth is flat, and then here's the necessary explanation for it. Okay, but does that actually happen like that? Does light really do that? Well, no, it doesn't.
Hey, Michael, I actually have a question. How's it going? Have you seen the video? It's a tabletop video where there's like a picture and there's like this lens, and the guy just pushes the little paper mache thing that he has in front, and it looks like it's cut in half. Have you seen that video?
That's from Rob Skiba. He sells that kit. I own that kit. I bought it. And so this goes back to like 2016 when Joshua Nowicki took a photograph across Lake Michigan of the Chicago skyline, right? And you could see from, now he wasn't on the shore, but flat earthers all thought that he was on the shore. He was up on top of a dune, and if you've been on that side of Lake Michigan, there's all the way up and down. It's all these sand dunes. It's pretty cool. And he was up on a dune, and if you watch the actual TV interview, he brings the interviewer up to the actual dune where he took the photograph, so you can pinpoint where it is, and people have figured out exactly the position he was at. So they're like, well, they don't think that it's possible to see on the globe. They're like, they don't think it's possible because they did the math from the shore, from like 0 elevation. They just took 8 inches per mile squared. They didn't take his height. And from the shore at 8 inches per mile squared, depending where you are, with 0 refraction, yep, you wouldn't see anything. But of course there is refraction, and never was any photograph taken where the camera was half submerged in the water. So never is their math correct. So in the TV interview, they go to, I don't know, somebody in Chicago area there, maybe at a university, and he sets up a demonstration where where you see Chicago is blocked by this table. And then he brings the top half of a magnifying glass in between the camera and the mock-up of the Chicago skyline, and then you see the skyline. So it's the top half of a magnifying glass. Well, Rob Skiba used the bottom half of a magnifying glass. So if you look at the direction that it bends the light, the top half of the magnifying glass will bend light down. which causes distant things to appear higher. And the bottom half will do the opposite. It bends light up and it causes distant objects to appear lower. So Rob Skiba, if he did it maliciously lying, or if he did it, ignorantly, not malicious, but just he's an idiot. Take your pick. Neither is a good look. Where he used the bottom half. And so, yeah, that's what they're doing. They are they're having light do the opposite of what it does in the air to force the outcome. So dishonest or stupid, take your pick.
Okay, got you. And that's in reference to that same video, right? I tried to find it, but I don't even know where it is. So it's basically just like a magnifying glass that's playing, just kind of just messing with our eyes more or less.
Yeah, it's bending light up, and because they're using the bottom of it. So I actually, I still just have the video sitting on my computer. I should do something with it. But I took that same magnifying glass and I have a table with a leaf in it. So I just pulled the table apart a little bit and then put the lens halfway in the table so that you can see. You can use the top half of the lens instead of the bottom half of the lens. And guess what? It didn't set. You actually can see the horizon far. Things get lifted up. So just like
Got you. Okay, yeah, because they were saying that the lens or whatever lens the guy was using was supposed to mimic refraction during the daytime, and that seemed a little.
It did it the opposite of how it does in the air.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And there's another.
Is this the same as the coin on the tabletop trick?
That's a different trick.
Okay.
So typically the coin on the tabletop, they have the camera lower than the surface of the table. If you go to the ocean and you look and you see just the top part of a container ship, just the top container, not the hull of the ship, or maybe just the bridge of the ship is sticking out. When you're standing there, you see the surface of the water, don't you? Of course you do. But they take this where they have the camera below the surface of the table. You can't see the top of the table. Well, that's obviously some dishonest camera work there. First of all, get the camera just like in reality, where you see the surface of that flat surface that you think is obstructing it, not the vertical edge of it. But then they're like, well, here, let's show a zoom in, and you zoom in, and then you do see that the coin comes into view when it was completely gone before. And the reason why that happens is because the lens is actually typically moving forward, and so it's gathering light from a different area. And so the light from the coin can now get there in the straight line of sight, because it's that portion of the lens is actually above the surface of the table. But it's because the aperture, the effective aperture is rather large.
Yeah, in fact,
we call the effective area of the lens maximizes when you zoom in. But go ahead.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say there's a really good video of a guy who really shows how the aperture widens when you zoom in. I mean, and generally try to keep exposure when you zoom in on something.
Yes.
At least a
that the one I showed you
will increase. Yeah, and it's very clear. In fact, I redid that. I have a YouTube redo. I did it myself, and I was because at first I didn't really believe the thing. I didn't understand the aperture effect. But it's the video that actually shows the aperture effect is really good for debunking that thing.
It is now officially at the top of the room, and I'm also putting it in the chat. If you want, you can provide it to people on YouTube. But it actually goes through the mechanics of what the lens is actually doing. And if you can see in that thumbnail over there, what happens is when you zoom in, it maximizes that red part, which is the effective area of the lens. When you zoom out, that narrows and constricts, so less of the lens has a line of sight to the far side of the table. That's just another way of putting what you restating what you said, Mike. But yeah, I went over all of this with them. I mean, they just deny it, even though it's true. So it's weird. But
and that's from Jesse, and he's great. He's I like him a lot. He knows his stuff. So definitely a good one to show people.
I think actually at some point in here the coin on the table is going to be mentioned if you want to continue.
Yeah,
But I don't.
Yeah.
Did you want to do any kind of chats, or did you want to continue?
Oh, it'd be good. It'd be good to get a couple more chats from my side here, because
yeah, let's do that.
Let's see. We've got Axis of Rotation says, "I'm late. What happened to the flerfs? They were so brave that they left, or didn't even show."
Oh man.
So
to be fair, one of them did show. He just didn't speak for some reason. To be fair.
Lord Illuminous Pooh has a comment, and it's in all caps. Says,
Wait,
warning.
Please say his name again.
Lord Illuminous Pooh.
What the?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
He is the leader of the Illuminati. So don't question him. Anyway, he says, and again, this is in all caps. He says, warning: if you get a link for MC Toon feet sexy pics, it's a virus that locks your caps locks on.
That's funny. That might have went over everybody's head, but that was actually
meta funny stuff.
That was a couple. That was a little bit. You got to be a little meta to get that joke, but I liked it.
All right. Kango44 says New Zealand experiences sunrise 3 hours before Sydney. New Zealand is around 3,000 kilometers long. Sydney is only 680 kilometers away from Auckland. So if 3,000 kilometers is lit, why does the sun suddenly stop for 3 hours? Can't be attenuation. So I think this is referring to the time zone stuff that they were having problems with. Where did the sun go for those 3 hours? All right, now this guy, if you put together his name, as I say, you're gonna have to reassemble it. You might get the meta joke here, but he is Mr. QTube with his first name Fa. Says the potentially correct term for flerfs is intellectually challenged. Oh my gosh. And Lord, yeah, Mr. YouTube, first name Fa. Lord Illuminous Pooh again says, and he's talking about a dog. He says I, and then the type of dog, Shih Tzu, and then the word not. Yep, but that wasn't in all caps for some reason.
I feel like we should defend the mentally challenged. I think a lot of mentally challenged people are sensible enough not to be flat earthers.
That's definitely true.
It's a special subset.
Yes, it is. Even amongst them, it's a subset. So I won't go any. I could go into that, but I won't. Stuart Christmas says, Toon, it's been a while. I had to report to my supervisor a military contact known as Major Cation. Also, my brother says hi, and of course, his brother is Lloyd Christmas. If you're familiar with Dumb and Dumber, it's not really Lloyd Christmas. And Major Cation. So there's a guy, Trey Hutchinson, the guy that said that he's a mechanical engineer, but he's not. He was reading a journal article about Antarctica. And in that journal article, it's talking about halite, and that there's halite. The halite is ubiquitous. And then it says in the article, he's reading, and he says, quote, sodium is the major cation, unquote. I go, hold on, read that again. And he reads it again. Sodium is a major cation. I go, what about this other one? Well, he said, oh, chlorine is the anion. Like, okay, this is chemistry. Sodium is the major cation. It means it's a positively charged ion. He goes, no, it's not. So this guy who claims to be a mechanical engineer, a full year of solid chemistry is mandatory for mechanical engineer program, and he did not know, even when I corrected him, that cation is pronounced cation, and that it's a positively charged ion. So the joke then is that it's Major Cation, and he's some sort of a ranking official in the military. So it is amazing that he doubled down and then he said he's going to triple down on it. So Lord Illuminous Pooh again says if Whitsitt was an archaeologist and a priest, he couldn't tell his mass from a scroll in the ground. Oh my gosh. Lord Illuminous Pooh's good at those kinds of jokes if you're into them. Kroners. Let's see. I'll read a couple more. And the George says obligatory Titicaca super chat because my favorite lake is Lake Titicaca because I'm 13 years old. Barry F says that democracy is not possible in practice. What we have is a representational republic by a bunch of tribal hunter-gatherers who can't be trusted with anarchy. That goes, who was talking about that the flat earthers don't like democracy?
Well, I was, and in fact, and that statement, of course, is a classic comeback. For people who don't like democracy, they say, "Oh, we don't have a democracy; we're a representative republic."
Yeah.
What they're really telling you is they don't want us to be a democracy.
Yeah, and yeah, it's the idea of a pure democracy is quite a high calling where, and it wouldn't be great anyway. So. All right, NA says critical thinking is hard for flerfs. Let's see. Ooh, MK Ultra says Jamal is so courageous. Brave Sir Robin could take lessons in courageously running away from him.
Sir Robin, that's a great reference.
I get that a lot. What's that?
It's just a bunny rabbit.
And I can just hear Jamal saying, I didn't.
Let's see. I have, because I do debates and I'll get on YouTube or not YouTube or wherever, and I'll find somebody who's talking big, like Jamal did. And then I've identified that there's a few different, tactics that they use to avoid debating. And I've written them down. And I call them the Coward's Live Debate Defense. So, which one? I think, how many do I have here? I have 10 of them. And let's see. I posted it in the chat there on Clubhouse. So which one is Jamal doing? You got blocking, saying there is no debate, said somebody already demolished them, demanding a concession somehow. Like you have to prove something in order to debate. Like that's what you do in the debate. You both present what you think is your evidence to convince the audience. You're a shill, pay me. We're already debating in comments. Challenge someone that's already said they won't debate this topic, right? Like, and then let's see, demand to debate in person at their location, or do it now.
We have a digital version of that because they're trying to have you go into their room where they can control the space. So they have a digital version of that they're doing right now.
Yeah,
I think the first two you mentioned also Jamal has done in the past. To be fair,
blocking or there is no debate. Yeah, if there is no debate, then declaring your position is so completely and totally untouchable that you don't even need to debate is no defense at all. Did you provide an exhaustive refutation already? No, you didn't. If there were truly no debate, the debate would be quick. The coward would present the mountains of supporting evidence and it would be over.
Well, a version of that is like, there's no debate because we're all the ones, we the flat earthers are the ones who are providing all the science and data, and y'all are failing miserably to provide science and data. So that's a version of that, a spinoff maybe.
Yeah.
The reason why there's no debate is being specified in virtue of lack of science or data.
One of the things they do a lot is to set up impossible things, like demonstrate in the lab water sticking to a ball. that kind of thing. But I wonder if you've ever
Or
encountered that. That would be
scale down
common.
atmospheric refraction to a millimeter so I can prove that it exists.
Yeah.
or
But I think I
something
wonder
like
if
that.
you've encountered this one. I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting if it's novel. For ours, it probably isn't. This, but Linnell is particularly adamant. His go-to challenge is that you cannot have pressure without a container.
Yeah.
And have you encountered that one? It seems particularly stupid to me because I've had them completely acknowledge the fact that pressure decreases monotonically with altitude.
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, their point is that the firmament is the container, and the atmosphere is in that container. But yet they have to have gravity, even in a container, for the pressure to reduce. And I don't know if you've encountered that and how you. I find it a really weird argument.
Yeah. Well, so it's there's a couple flaws, of course, in it. Number one, it's a straw man because implicit in that claim is that there is an area in the universe of zero pressure, which we don't claim. We don't claim that there is somewhere that's actually zero. We say there is an area of the universe that has less pressure than at the surface of the Earth, and that's super easy to demonstrate because even on you don't even need a modern smartphone they have barometers in them. So my iPhone 13, which is not new, has a barometer, and within the span of half a meter, you can measure a variance in the pressure. So that is our claim, just that there is a pressure differential, not that there is an area of pressure and an area of zero pressure. So then the second part is that they are just affirming the consequent by declaring that their pressure requires a container. Where is this stated in the laws of nature? It's nowhere stated in that. Where is this the evidence of this type of a requirement? Well, it's nowhere. But they'll just say that it is, and we'll say, well, okay, well, how do you get that? Well, here's an example of a pressure with a container. Okay, we didn't ask for that. We asked for the proof of the claim that you're making, and they don't have that. It is truly an affirming the consequent fallacy. So, so can there be a difference in pressure, which is all that we claim, without a physical container? Of course there can. You have storm patterns all across the Earth where you have high pressure and low pressure areas of storm. And hurricanes are a great example of it because a hurricane is a dramatic difference in pressure, and the air pressure tends to want to equalize at the speed of sound. And so that's what happens in hurricanes. You get this pressure differential, and then the air moves to equalize that. Of course, it can't. It gets moved around, and so it keeps moving in a circle. But if there were no downward accelerating force of any sort, then that pressure differential would equalize at the speed of sound. So you'd have this. If somehow there was, then they'll say, well, there's outgassing on the surface of the Earth. But of course that doesn't work because it's easy to put a barometer inside of a sealed container where you don't have outgassing at the bottom and you still have a pressure differential. How does that happen? They have no explanation for it. But if there were, then this outgassing would cause a speed of sound upward wind between the surface of the Earth and the dome until it was equalized. That doesn't happen. So none of these things work for them when you actually analyze what it would require to happen for flat Earth. But there's no problem with it for the globe. There's Dwayne Kellum is a flat earther, sent up several balloons to about 120,000 feet, including a barometer right on screen. And so you can see where it launches, the pressure, about 14.7 psi, and you can see at high altitude where the pressure is, I believe, less than 1% of the pressure at launch site. So There's obviously no physical container. There's no membranes between the surface and the high altitude of that balloon. Yet there is exactly the one thing that we do claim, a pressure differential. So, let me see. Let me get a couple more from my audience here. Let's see. We've got Icy Spin says, plot twist. The final experiment is actually how many flerfs will show their hand by denying a free trip. No trip needed. We can all go home. So if you don't know what the final experiment is, it's somebody is paying a flat earther and a normal person to go to Antarctica to see if there is a 24-hour sun, and already one flat earther has rejected a free trip to Antarctica to test his beliefs. And yes, you are correct, Icy Spin. Part of the final experiment is experimenting whether or not flat earthers will accept a free trip to test their beliefs. Understanding, of course, that many flat earthers many people, not just flat earthers, have other commitments and then have other challenges that would make it difficult to go on that test. Certainly that's an issue. But if somebody says that they want to go and then give an opportunity to go and don't have a real reason not to other than I'm just not going, well, that tells us all we need to know.
It's amazing how little effort.
Schedule.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, it's amazing how little effort they're willing to go to overturn all of science for 2 millennia.
Yeah. Here's a free trip. Nah, we didn't like the way he brushed his hair. Whatever.
Don't you guys realize that they're just busy keeping the movement going? That's why they can't do it. Obviously,
it is interesting.
I don't know about you guys, but I not only will, but I believe I can convincingly pretend to be a flat earther. Steelman all their phony arguments, and I am willing to do all of that for a free trip to Antarctica.
Hey, I think I am too.
So there have obviously that doesn't scale. You'd convince nobody, but so there were 24 specific flat earthers that were named and invited, and the first one that was offered said no, and Jaron from Jaronism is on deck. There is ODD TV who can't go because he's in prison for narcotics. There's some others that have said they can't go for actually good reasons. So
where are they going?
It's actually because the snipers on the ice wall have been.
So where are they going? It is Union Glacier. It's about 80 degrees south latitude, and you can find it if you just go to Google Maps and search for Union Glacier Camp. And you'll find there's an airfield there. Like it's ice. The plane lands on ice. It's a 757 that flies from Punta Arenas, Chile, to Union Glacier and lands on a runway of ice.
And is that a publicly available charter flight that anybody could buy a seat on, or?
Yes, everybody is invited, but you pay your own way. So if there are 2 Globers that have announced that they want to go and are fundraising for it. They're doing crowdfunding. Globy McGlobeface, who is on TikTok, and Critical Think, who's from Australia, and has a nice channel, not too big, but he's got a channel on YouTube, and he's announced that he's wanting to go. So both of them are crowdfunding to go. So hopefully, I'd love to see them raise enough to go. No flat earthers have said, I want to go and I'm going to crowdfund myself. Here it is. Here's my link. Go donate. One flat earther actually did a video. He's a no-name flat earther. And he said, I'll go. You have to pay for me. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that was me.
Flat earthers always want special treatment for some reason.
Yeah.
All right. How are we feeling? Did you want to go back to the what you call it, or
let's continue? Let's hear a little more of the the
All
build
right.
up here.
Make sure that you indicate when you want to stop. We're not just like constantly listening, but you've broken it up pretty good already, so appreciate that. All right, here goes.
But the sun is still circling at the same altitude. Okay, so let's think about that. We've got a disk. We've got the sun above the disk, and it rotates in a way. And I've looked at the videos, by the way, where it's shining on half of the disk at one point, and then it's shining on the other half at the other point. Right? Is that the model that we're talking about?
Yeah, sort of. It's not like a hard straight line. It's like a curvy sort of a thing, which is where you kind of have to. That's why when I say, while I plead agnosticism to all the stuff in the sky and beyond places where I have access to reliable data, when I actually do have to start entertaining plausible configurations of things, an actual tangible dome now, it helps you perfectly model day and night on top of an azimuthal map, right, and stuff like that. So, yeah, it gets kind of, kind of get into conjecture. We start talking about the sun and exactly what's going on with the things in the sky. But I mean, we have to endeavor to start trying to explain these things on the flat model. So I agree.
Yeah, and you do, right? Because with the globe model, we have an explanation that explains what we see in this, in the sun rising and setting, etc. So now we've got the sun rotating over the top. When it's on one half, that half is lit, the other half is not lit. Now the question that I guess Black Muze was talking about is that if it is moving, then we should see a perspective shift as far as the size of the sun, but that could be attributable to atmospheric conditions, right? Is that the answer?
No, I think it could be attributed to like some configuration of height up on your y-axis, like altitude, the distance that it travels before it leaves outside of that dome, and like angles down and it comes and it goes beyond your horizon, and perhaps actual size of the sun. But again, I don't know the nature of the sun, if it's even a physical thing at all, if it's some sort of a point source, like reflection, pardon me, yeah, still, but yeah, so yeah, I mean, I have seen configurations of which like model where the sun leaves outside of that dome before it has any like appreciable angular size change. So, but like you said, like you mentioned earlier, refraction does make us perceive that. But when you get a good enough solar filter, it kind of moves it, makes it kind of negligible. There is a change, but I think due to that's why I bring up the azimuthal dome on both models.
All right, let's stop for a second there.
Why they were, because
so he was saying, this is interesting. They do this little bit of a straw grasp on occasion, like, well, if you put a solar filter on, there is a change in the size of the sun, and yeah, there is a nominal change in the size of the sun. There's a couple factors that are at play there. You even with a solar filter, you can still overexpose the sun. And if you've exposed it correctly, if you can see sunspots. If it's too bright, it can actually overload the sensors and it still appears too large. So you need to still get exposure correct. The other is that there is actually correct atmospheric refraction that causes it, especially vertical compression. The horizontal size may nominally change, but it's going to be a very small percentage. So but when you compare that to the necessary amount of change in size for flat Earth, it's nowhere near. The sun needs to change, depending on where the sun is and where the observer is, by 2 to 3 times from closest to farthest or more. Yet it doesn't. The amount of change in angular size is nominal. So they don't. It's these layers of deception that they have to throw out there, because it's not the right amount. But they're like, well, it does change in size. That doesn't help you. It's still wrong. It has to change more. It has to change a lot, not a tiny bit. And of course, it still could never set. They still never get that specific, what's the mechanism? What's the geometry? What's the physics? They don't have that. And how is it that the globe can accurately apply geometry to determine the time of sunset for any location for any day. Absolutely any location, any day on the Earth, what time the sun will set. And Flat Earth can't predict that the sun will set at all. There's an ocean of difference between those two things, and they can't even grasp the failure of their idea in that if you want to actually have a hypothesis and then test it and then move forward with it and still stick with your underlying idea, well, you have to pass this at least. You have to explain, or not explain, you have to accurately predict what time the sun will set. They can't do that. So, anybody else?
To comment on what you were commenting on, or to
or we can just move on with the video more.
I'd like to add one thing to that. So the typical response is, yeah, sure, we can predict what time it's going to set because we know the patterns, just like we know the patterns of the wandering stars, just like we know the patterns of the moon phases and such. So the heliocentric model isn't predicting anything because all it's doing is telling us patterns, which we've already known.
That's not true.
Right, but what they fail to realize is that the corner that paints themselves in is when we discover something new, like an asteroid or a comet that's never been seen before, and we don't have sickles for, or the way that Uranus was discovered by Herschel, the Herschel brothers and sister, was by using measurements in Newtonian gravity and such, that things that weren't known, and the predictions do give real results.
So we have punk ass Jamal in the room again. See if he wanted to get a chance to speak.
Oh yeah. Everybody, did you want to clear out and give him a chance to talk? Then
we can try.
Away. Yeah, see if
he'll probably run again. Let's see if we can try.
If y'all
wouldn't mind, just remove yourselves to the audience real quick to see if Jamal builds up enough courage to actually come off mute and say something. That would be awesome. Appreciate you all for doing that. Well, one person removed themselves. I can move people, but I was trying to give people a chance to do it by themselves.
Jamal says I should have showed up in their space.
What's going on? I just I was out of the room. I'm sorry.
We're asking people to remove, to see if Jamal had enough bravery to actually come off mute, because it's not like Jamal to like stay on mute.
Yeah.
He's not really good at it usually.
He's scared for sure. So let me read what he said. He said MC Toon should have just showed up to our space if it's me he wants to talk to. And Jamal, I don't care which flat earther. This is an open invite to any flat earther that has the balls to face me. But apparently
you're in here already.
None of the flat earthers on Clubhouse have the balls to face me. Here, bro. So I got it.
You're already in here, bro. What are you doing? Like, why are you running, bro?
So
what is this childish, weird? I'm only talking to you in my club.
Yeah, you take all your toys. Take all your toys
what
and run
is
off.
That nonsense, bro?
Run
That's
home.
Comedy.
Yeah.
I mean, Black and Michael, full transparency. I did go to their room and attempt to build a bridge. And because I thought it would be an optimal opportunity for them to be able to come in and defend themselves in real time, and that's what I
wanted.
Yeah,
that's what we wanted. They've been nothing but space and opportunity. The whole room, nothing stopping them but them.
But like I said earlier, Jamal. Oh, he's gone now. But
he ran again.
He bravely ran away. Bravely bold Sir Robin. He can reach out to me if he wants to face me, or if he wants me to come to his space, then he can reach out to me and set it up. This was set up here for them to come here with an open invite, but
absolutely.
And we can see what happened. The flat earth gatekeepers on Clubhouse went and circled the wagons and told all of the other flat earthers on Clubhouse, oh no, you're not allowed to go there we're going to gatekeep that and prevent you from going there. And we're going to just take all of our toys and we're going to play with our toys over here and make sure none of you stray from what you are required to do.
Like a cult.
We do have Madison in the room, and Madison is
in
a
the room.
known
I
free
don't think he's
thinker,
brave enough to
independent.
come on mute either.
Yeah. No,
But at least he
Madison's a good
came
guy.
on stage.
Well, Michael, he wanted to know if you were going to break bread with him because they totally know that you are making bread on YouTube, and that would be one of the conditions. Said if you break bread with them,
Break
then
bread.
I just
What, they want to get paid?
yes,
Is that?
that's what he.
Oh, well, that is hold
Okay.
just a second. Let me remind everybody that the cowards live debate defense list that I previously posted, getting paid, is number 6. So now just so all you flat earthers on Clubhouse, you are all freely invited to create your own YouTube channel or Rumble or Rockfin or whatever, however you can monetize it, or to create your own way to receive monetization through donations or tips or payments through PayPal or Lo-Fi or whatever. There's a handful of ways to do it yourself. All of this is possible for you, and if you are good enough to do that, and if there is a market for it, then you will definitely be able to monetize it as well. I've done this now for over 5 years, and when I first did it, I wasn't making any money, but I've gotten, I've been at it for 5 years, and that's how I got here. So Jamal, you go ahead, or whoever else, go ahead. You're invited. You can do that too, but you get your part. I won't ask for you to give me money from you, and I'll do my part, and you won't get money from me. That's fair.
I'm gonna go ahead and change my title to have it reflect what's going on here. FEU Special Edition, Flat Earth Gang Afraid of McToon. That's what I'm seeing. Nothing but fear. I'm actually surprised that these dudes are that afraid of you in this room right
it
now.
is some
That's crazy.
high end gatekeeping, it sounds like, over there. So good, good job controlling the sheep. All the gatekeepers there at the Flat Earth Gang, the tough guys. So
Oh wait, hey, Michael, how many viewers do you have over there on your side?
I have right now 514 people watching all of the Flat Earthers on Clubhouse. Be too scared.
See, I'm so embarrassed now for us flat earthers.
Yeah.
Good job.
Dang,
Hey, everybody
man.
over there. Hey, so I'll go a
Clubhouse
bit
really
further.
didn't hold up its
How
end
about
of this
this?
bargain.
Dang, bro. The Jamalian Flat Earther is afraid of MC Tone.
If they want profit, I will whatever revenue YouTube gives you for this particular video in the next 30 days, I will, any flat earther who speaks up, I will pay that portion of minutes out of the total minutes of this talk, and I will personally pay them that. And Michael can report what that is.
Well, yeah, I'll do that.
Hey, I'll become a flat earther right now. What you talking about, bro?
Come on
Hey,
now, I'm
hey,
confident.
if you pay it, I'm gonna become a Flat Earther too. Hold on,
Yes,
bro. Wait a minute.
yeah. What you talking
If it pays, hold
Would
on.
you all like for me to propose that? Because they are open to me
No,
speaking with them.
I'll give you a little. I mean, yeah, it's fine if you do that, but I'll give you a little behind the curtain. The amount that I get for, usually a debate will get up to about 10,000 views for kind of a normal debate. I might get in ad revenue $50.
That's why
Yeah.
that's.
I'll match Hero's offer.
Hey, well, John, just as a risk management, maybe we should just share it.
Yeah, maybe that's enough.
I'll shave $50 off the $1,000 that Jamal owes me.
There you go. Yeah,
I
I'll take it
will.
off
I
Chilla.
knew that was coming up.
I will even. I'll do better than that. Just a second. I know somebody's somebody is okay. So the Mike's message, you don't need to delete that message. One of my moderators had blocked something that didn't need to be blocked. All right, I will beat that for all the flat earthers over there in Clubhouse. You have an opportunity to earn $20,000 from me in two different challenges. Number one, if you can do celestial navigation using only flat Earth, then
Well, wait, Michael. Let me see if I can get one of them over here so they can hear it from
oh
you.
yeah, okay,
Because I don't know how to translate this language. I'm learning. So if
okay,
you could give me about 3 minutes and let me see
sure.
what representative I can get over here. Okay, fair enough.
Nicola's a flat earther. She's here, but you can get
I
another
also
one.
have
That's
a
fine.
I have a standing offer, 10 to 1. Lord Chilla actually took me up on it, has bet me that the horizon does not dip by a half a degree from the 86th observation deck of the Empire State Building, even though I showed a picture demonstrating that it does while asking them to take the bet. He took the bet,
Wow.
and the bet was $1,000. He gets $10,000 if he can show it. I only get 1,000, but somehow I suspect I'll never see that 1,000 because it's not an escrow.
Yeah, if it's not an escrow, it's not legit. So first of all, I'll say this. This doesn't need like the other people to be here, but I have zero point 0.4 Bitcoin in escrow. Somebody, so a Bitcoin, 0.4 Bitcoin is over $20,000 right now, and it's being held by somebody else, and I have a contract with him that if I as I did do challenges, so this challenge is free to enter. It's not a bet. It costs them nothing to try. If anybody does satisfy the challenge, then he is obligated to pay out the challenge, and the contract releases him from liability even if I disagree. So that this, if I were to try to, take something back from him or hold him accountable for it, he's protected from that. So, and he's holding the escrow. I transferred it to him 2.5 years ago, and he's holding it in an account. So, do we have anybody here to receive the idea how they could get paid yet?
Hey, look, man. You said 20 bands, man. Fuck it, I'm gonna be a flat earther for about a
Hey,
couple of weeks, man. What you talking about?
the hardest part about doing these challenges is to not have some way to game the system by smart people, right? Like the rest of us, to find a some loophole in the challenge to do it, not using flat Earth, but just to do it. So, that's why it's difficult to make a challenge that's legitimate, because loopholes don't really satisfy things, but if it's there, it's there. So it's got to be paid out. So
Never thought I'd see the day that the flat Earth gang would be this cowardly,
yeah.
where they
So
wouldn't go up
now
to a room. It's crazy.
Jamal is in my live chat again. So I will I'll do this. I'm gonna put up this the challenge. Let's see. I have two different challenges. So there's that one. I'll get this other one. So so both of these will get paid out from the same escrow account. So
I believe his exact words were any mic anywhere. He didn't say except this one though. I
yeah,
wonder what it's
that's
about.
here is part of anywhere, right?
I
And
guess, but maybe that's not what he meant.
right now is part of any time, if you did include any time, which I've seen.
I mean, logically, but
Yeah.
he's not good on logic, so I don't know,
Hey,
bro.
hey, I want to say something, brother.
There you go. Are you a flat earther?
Uh,
Hey, listen, I fuck with
it's
them
about
boys,
to
man.
be.
Why y'all calling them bitch ass niggas though?
See,
Because they
told
some bitch
told you it was
ass
coming.
niggas.
I know y'all can show some decorum if y'all want to have a debate. Them, I know a lot of them cats and
Tell them to
they
get in
very
here then,
knowledgeable,
since you know
dog.
them so well.
So where you come from with that bitch ass nigga shit though? That's
You're
why
new
why
here.
I'm
why I
coming
gotta be
from
that?
right here. Tell them bitch ass niggas to come in here or shut the fuck
Man, they
up.
ain't no bitch ass niggas. That's throw
Well,
it
then
off,
why
bro.
they
If
ain't
you
in
want to
here
have
then?
a
All right. The language is getting a little more than I want to have on going out on YouTube. So I'm holding it off for now, but you can imagine what they're saying. they're just going. It's trash talking there. So hey, maybe I had to stop sending that audio out to YouTube. So if YouTube's a little different than Clubhouse. So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, just all right. You're back on. So, I use different words, but yeah, I think that that they're being good little sheep and being good at obeying their gatekeep masters. So
They sending in messages and shit.
yeah. All right. Well, I'll go over this here and just show the stuff, and people can watch the replay if they want. Let's see. I need to fix there.
Okay. I just had a question for the room.
Go ahead.
Okay. If the Earth, this is directed to Michael and his 0.4 Bitcoin. If the Earth is a globe, why does Interstate 95 exist?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
It would curve. It would curve into the other states.
It would curve into the others. Is that you're relaying this message for them?
I'm trying to get your Bitcoin.
Oh,
Rena actually is not a flat earther. Rena just has a different sense of humor.
All right. Well, the Bitcoin is a very specific challenge. So the first challenge I've had for over 2 years is a flat Earth navigation using a sextant. I linked it there in Clubhouse. So the idea is that celestial navigation has been used for centuries, and it uses the measurements to stars, the angles to stars, and it uses the radius of the Earth and different geometry of the globe to determine the observer's position. And it's accurate to it's as good as the measuring unit or the measurer can measure. Typically, a good celestial navigator can get within 5 miles of their actual location. My challenge is to do the same thing. Just do what celestial navigators have been doing for hundreds of years, and don't use the globe. And so it's if the Earth is flat, then celestial navigation should be able to work for the flat Earth. So that's the essence of it. And so the challenge begins. It has a measurement of 3 stars, which is enough to get your position very precisely. And so all you need to do is send me the method to do it. And of course, it needs to work for that particular set of stars. And then I will provide another set of stars. And the same method must work for that set of stars. But it doesn't have to be as accurate as celestial navigators are. I give you, instead of 5 miles, I give you 20 miles slop. So far, I've had three submissions. They all used the globe. So it didn't count. So the other one is a gravity challenge, and so flat earthers think that gravity doesn't exist and that something else causes you to accelerate downward. Well, okay, then we accelerate downward at a rather specific amount, 9.8 meters per second squared, but it varies all over the surface of the Earth, and that variation can be predicted using the radius of the Earth, and the Earth varies in radius depending on where you are. And also the rotation of the Earth. So as the Earth rotates, there is at the equator, a maximal of about 0.03 meters per second squared upward acceleration. And at both of the poles, this goes to 0. There's 0 centrifugal acceleration at the poles. And of course, it varies with sine-cosine relationships. And the angle also varies. So when you're at 45 degrees north, the angle isn't straight up. It's at a 45 degree angle, actually. So all of that together, using the globe, we can predict the variation very precisely to about 0.1% using my method, which is a little sloppy. There's much better methods. but I intentionally used a rather sloppy method because it's understandable. All you need is high school math to do it, to understand it, and it's still very accurate. So anyway, what is the specific magnitude of the downward acceleration using whatever it is that you flat earthers think causes it? Whether you think it's pressure, whether you think it's relative density disequilibrium, whether you think it is due to dielectric acceleration or incoherent dielectric acceleration or the electrostatic field in the atmosphere or whatever it is, if you can't predict the downward acceleration, then that's embarrassing because we can. Anyway, there you go. 2 opportunities for you guys to get $10,000 a piece. It does not cost you anything to enter. Nothing at all. And so I put the links to both of them. You can find them on my website. So that's more than you'd make anywhere else in a couple hours here.
I bet $1,000 none of these flat earth dudes on Clubhouse take up any of them challenges.
I bet $10,000 they won't.
You get
$20,000 they won't. You can't up me, John. Not in my room.
All right, what were you saying?
Well, I was just thinking that you should stipulate that if somebody does win for instance, the navigation thing, that you get the rights to the method.
Well, if they do, they can. It's it's
you're going to
let
them have the yeah.
Well, yeah, of course they figured it out. I do on one of my pages where I'm talking about gravity. I think it's gravity. I'm like, hey, if you figure it out, you contact me. I will work with you to get it published so that we together can get the Nobel Prize. Because that's what really would happen. If any of these things were to happen, if they could figure out some other replacement for gravity, you'd get the Nobel Prize. If you could figure out celestial navigation using flat Earth, you'd get a Nobel Prize. If you could replace relativity with something else, you'd get a Nobel Prize. All of these things that the flat Earth claims that actually happen, and they have this blind faith belief that it exists that in that manner, all of them get you a Nobel Prize if it were the case. Go do it, guys.
That's absolutely true. I mean, I've said that to them too. It really is true, and they would have the thanks of the scientific community.
Has a flat earther ever won a Nobel Prize in all of history? Just kidding.
No, I mean, Nobel Prize hasn't been around. How long has it been? I don't know exactly. More than 100 years, not more than 200, I think. So, flat Earth hasn't been a thing since more than 2,000 years ago. I mean, there's been over time different subgroups and trickles of threads of people that have believed in it. But even during Columbus's time, people did not think that the Earth was flat. That's a miss. I forgot the name of the guy, but this guy kind of got this fictionalized story into history books as if the population during the time of Columbus didn't know that the Earth was a globe. They did. There were not people around at the time that thought that the Earth was flat. I have a book called Inventing the Flat Earth, Columbus and Modern Histories by Jeffrey Burton Russell. Fantastic book that goes over the history of that, including then an entire chapter dedicated to tracing back the writings by different people throughout time, talking about the shape of the Earth being a globe. So,
yeah, it's pretty easy to just kind of like point out that there's a reason that Columbus sailed west.
Yeah,
he knew what he was doing.
Yeah. Now he got the size of the Earth wrong because, of course, there was no Google at the time, and he couldn't look up to see other people's measurements of it. And so he had used, maybe he was, fooling himself. Maybe he was being optimistic, but he had taken the Earth to be smaller than it was. And he thought that from where he started to where he got was India, but it wasn't. So he wasn't. He was what, halfway from there.
Yeah, Michael, isn't it true that the oldest surviving globe we have is actually from 1492 or
Yes.
maybe 91?
Yeah, right
And
around there.
and I've actually I've
Erdeb
heard in
fell. The Erdeb fell.
the flat Earth room saying, and by coincidence, that's when the globe was invented, and that's when the Vatican issued this or that decree, which shows the conspiracy and the white supremacy and everything. Um,
That's a lie.
the but the fact that that globe exists from 1492 shows that it was common at that time. That was
Yeah.
already an advanced thing, and of course, the fact that Columbus set sail is because they understood the globiness of the Earth to some extent.
Not only that, to bolster it, the first the first globe ever in history recorded, though we don't still have a copy of it, is from like 2 BC. So
Yeah,
it's
from
ancient.
Turkey,
Yeah. They used to have what are
right?
called celestial globes. Terrestrial globes became a thing after that, and the Erdeb fell is an example of a terrestrial globe. But celestial globes long predate that by like a millennia. So just food for
And
thought.
I think the
and Michael,
author you were thinking of was Washington Irving, who
Yes.
wrote a biography of Christopher Columbus. I'm not exactly sure what year, but it was like a sort of a fictionalized, dramatized account
Yep.
of
That's
Christopher
right.
Columbus, and he included this idea that Christopher Columbus sort of proved that the Earth was a globe, and everybody thought the Earth was flat.
Yeah, and you can see it in the Bugs Bunny cartoon, right? If you remember
That
that, or
I'll
you can go
have to
find it.
look up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's in there, where they're arguing. Bugs and Columbus are arguing about it, I think, or Columbus and who's Columbus and the King of Spain, or I don't remember exactly. It's a little hazy. So yes, the earliest writings about the shape of the Earth is Pythagoras from about 495 BC. Yeah, at least in the West, there's people have said that there's some people have sent me things, and I haven't yet researched it, saying that in the Far East, like in China, they had some writings earlier than that. So
Actually, my understanding is China actually did have a flat Earth kind of
They did.
cosmology that sort of
They,
existed into the modern, not I don't know modern times, but
theirs was
1700s or
theirs
something
was
like that.
square shaped, if memory serves me right, which
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
interesting.
well, if you look
Which
at
makes me wonder. By the way, I'm curious what you think about like religious folks who approach flat Earth from a religious perspective. Like, I'm not really religious anymore, but I used to be pretty committed Christian, and I dabbled in sort of some like young Earth creationism for a bit when I was younger. And one of the points I always make is like I encountered some pretty kooky ideas. None of those people would have thought flat Earth was a thing, but yet
yeah,
some people seem to think that like it's a scriptural thing. And it's weird because I'm not really even a believer anymore, but I almost find that more offensive from like a theological point of view than I do a scientific point of view. I'm curious what your encounters with that is, and what you think of that.
yeah. Well, I think that probably the majority of flat earthers, maybe the large majority of flat earthers, are because they think that the Bible says that, and they think that God is trying to communicate to people through the Bible that knowledge, which is quite the stretch. So did people of the ancient Israel think that the Earth was flat? Certainly, some people did. That was a common belief at the time. And why did they believe that? No good reason. They just did. And Israel doesn't appear that Israel invented that idea. It appears that they borrowed it from some neighboring cultures. So not really, oh, God revealed something to them and they are now sharing God's will about the shape of the earth in the Holy Scriptures. That's definitely not the well, the general idea of what was happening. Certainly flat earthers tend to think that that God is trying to reveal information. But I do, and I, you're correct. I think it is quite offensive to say that somebody's holy book declares something that's patently false, and so they want to try to use the Bible as proof, and it's the other way around, right? You go figure out something, and then you see if it compares favorably to your idea of the Holy Scriptures, because of course it's all up to interpretation. In Leviticus 19:27, it says that you should not shave the sides of your trim the sides of your hair or shave the sides of your beard. Yet a lot of people do that. And the same people that say that the Bible says the earth is flat and they take it literally, shave the side of their beard. How could that be the case? That's not up for interpretation. It's got to be literal. They pick and choose what they consider to be literal, which is common. It's everything gets run through an interpretation. So you can't declare this is absolutely undeniably what it means, because there's way too many things that they also reject that are very much more overt. For example, also in Leviticus, it says if you have mildew in your house, you are to have the priest come look at it and kick you out for 7 days while you check to see if it grows. Who does that? Nobody does that. They don't obviously take that part of the Bible literal, yet they pick and choose some other part of the Bible. Well, that's their interpretation. So, the really sad thing is, hero, right, is that my experience has been that the religiflerfs are the most horrible and vile ones out there a lot of the time. They often jump to making accusations that anybody that disagrees with them does things with children that you shouldn't do with children. And that's quite disgusting, because, you're using the pain and suffering of real humans that have lifelong scars, from emotional scars and physical as well, from that type of abuse, and just blindly casting it on somebody just because you don't like their opinion on something. Sadly, those tend to be the religious flat earthers who are making those assertions. So if flat earthers were smart, they would ask those flat earthers to no longer be part of their group, but they tend to get a pass.
Well, that's awkward.
Yeah, I've been the recipient of that too many times. So I actually called somebody live. I called I called the police live on somebody who had made not toward me, but had made that type of accusation. I am a mandatory reporter, because I work with Ultimate Frisbee, and so there's a required training that I go through and certification. So part of the process of being a mandatory reporter is you don't do your own investigation. You don't go tell people. You inform law enforcement, and they do it. So I did. I am live while he was sitting there. So he didn't like it. Nothing came of it, to my knowledge. But if somebody's making that type of an accusation publicly, of course they're doing the wrong thing. Because if that really exists, if that really is happening, tell law enforcement immediately. And if you're stating it publicly on social media, you're screwing up any investigation that they might do, if it's the case. And if you're just like, oh, I'm just using it to talk trash about somebody, you're really using that to talk trash about somebody? That's sick. It's truly sick. So that goes back to the people that are severely mentally deranged, in order to think that joking about that type of thing is appropriate. So, all right. On that heavy topic,
I was going to suggest that we take a break from that and go back to the recording.
Yes, let's do that.
Because that was a bit heavy, but yeah.
But thank you for saying all of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's important.
All right. Let me get my settings right. Okay.
But all right, I got to read this first. Cretan Bull says, I'm a biblical literalist who's still waiting to find a woman who has breasts like a gazelle.
What?
Well, I'm guessing. I don't know
Song
it
of
from.
Solomon.
Yeah, Song of Solomon. Anyway, then he says, I bet they're all in Lake Titicaca. Oh.
All right. With that note, I'm gonna play some more of this. So here we go.
Because to me, like it's kind of a problem for both models that perspective doesn't change. It's not a problem, but it's kind of a curious thing, and that's why you invoke this azimuthal dome, and it becomes a lot less curious, and you realize, if it exits outside of your dome, then nothing on the other side of that dome will ever reach your optics. Ever, you'll never be able to perceive anything that's on the other side of that intangible but very real dome. You know.
But azimuthal dome, you're just talking about field of vision.
That's a good word.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. It's
But
not
then
even an active.
why subjectivize the observation in this way? Because it's just way too much consistency in what we see, like from various different observers, with various different
the sunset
levels
is literally
of
subjective. It
accurate
depends on your
vision.
position.
What do you mean?
And any way you observe a sunset is going to be very unique to your position. If you stand just a few feet over from me, of course, it's going to be extremely hard to calculate. But when you see that sunset,
no. There's a subjective element insofar as observations generally are subjective, but like anybody who stands in the exact same place most likely will see pretty much the
how
same
many
thing.
people are standing in the exact same place? I think only one.
No. People can't People can't. What I'm saying is like there's an objective element to it as well, right? Like, so picture any position X, put any number of observers in that spot to watch the sunset, and they'll see more or less the same thing. Is my point. Like in principle, right?
I agree with that. Yeah.
All right, cool. So like what I'm saying is this weird move to subjectivize the experiences is like weird because like that part that I just pointed out is the objective sense.
Right. So similarly, right? It's similar to like if we're all standing on one city block or something, the change in like where exactly the sun sets and how it's gonna be so far down the decimal point. It's pretty much negligible. But there is, if you have precise enough tools to measure, there's gonna be a difference. Kind of like how you guys always like to tell if you go up to the top of the Burj Khalifa, that dome extends, it changes. What's up, baby?
Yeah, but all you mean is like your angles are changing relative to where you are, right? So like that's fine. Like we can accommodate that. But none of that explains why the sun is being obscured by the ground. That's not supposed to happen in any flat Earth model.
Yeah, you're calling it the ground, but it's not the ground. It's not actually being obscured by the ground. It's leaving outside of your dome and it's going beyond your horizon, which kind of is going to look like the ground to you. It's understandable how people can make that, it kind of intuitively looks like it's the ground it's setting under. But I can show you how we like model this on tabletops.
It's leaving your field of view. That's correct. But because it's being obstructed by the ground, that's why it's leaving your field of view.
My bad. I got exactly.
You want me to stop? I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's this desperate straw grasp still that none of these things have anything other than word salad as backing. It is the ground. You can see the ground. If there's topography, if there's mountains or hills, you see the mountains or hills blocking it. The geometry, as was it John mentioned earlier, you did or Bert did the actual applied the geometry, and in California the sun should never be below, I don't know the exact number, below 10 degrees elevation above horizontal in the middle of the night, 12 hours away from when it was local solar noon. It should never be below 10 degrees. How did it even get that low? Well, word salad. Sorry, I don't need that. Doesn't answer it. What's the physics behind it? What's the mechanism, right? We understand how refraction works. Snell described that centuries ago.
To be fair, he's going to move on. It's coming slow because this was the nature of the competition. But he's going to move on. And he's going to evoke that diffraction limit nonsense. That's what he's going to try to use to try to answer some of the questions you have about how the physics works.
All right, well, let me preempt that by stating that diffraction happens when light passes near some physical object.
Like the horizon.
Yeah, but it couldn't get near the horizon because it has to be many degrees above the horizon according to geometry. So that doesn't get you there. You still need to explain why could the sun appear to be near the horizon when the geometry requires it never to be anywhere in the vicinity. So
this is literally the answer that we've been given. I'm actually kind of amused that it's almost like you're being introduced to this particular brand of bullshit for the first time.
Oh
But
no,
basically,
I've heard no.
You've heard it before. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Maybe I misread that.
They're just
This is
reusing
what
the
this is
same
what he
stuff.
this is what he. Well, this is what. Yeah, you're right. Yes, they are. But this is what they're saying. They're saying that the airy disk phenomena is the phenomena that quote unquote scales up, and I guess is turned vertically. And so the butt crack that you see between the point sources of light that create the airy disk effect, that scales up and becomes the horizon.
Oh my gosh.
Dead serious.
Do
This
we
is what they
do
argue. This is the dumb shit they argue.
do we
And
need
then
to
they invoke
describe
a
the
lot
butt
of
crack effect?
they invoke a lot of jargon like Raleig's criteria, Bonhoeffer diffraction, refraction, diffraction. Like they just say random shit, and it's just like, bro, that none of that shit actually makes sense, bro. Like, what are you saying? So but he's gonna try to make it seem eloquent. So that's coming. But I just wanted you to know that that's going to be the attempt to answer your questions that you just like, which are great questions.
Yeah. All right. Let me read this. Lord Illuminous Pooh says Shakira's hips would tell you that the Earth is round, and as we all know, they don't lie.
They don't lie.
I'm
gonna start hanging out with this YouTube group. I like you guys.
All right. Let's hear more of this.
This illuminating explanation with the sunset.
But their argument is that it's the field, it's the horizon, and the horizon can be artificial, I guess.
But that doesn't make any sense because nothing.
I'm trying to rationalize it.
That's why I'm trying to cut through the bullshit because like nothing artificial can obscure light in this way. It's not an artificial dome obscuring the light; it's the atmosphere obscuring the light. That doesn't make any sense either because the atmosphere is not obscuring the light at the sunset, bro. This is why like when the sunset you can still see the sun's light. No, fair enough. But like what I'm saying is, this is one of the things that explains why there is so much light that is all of a sudden obscured after the sun has set. That creates nighttime. That's because the sun itself has left outside of your dome. And now all you're getting is the light that's still spilling over into your dome through the atmosphere.
Okay. So then I got a question based on that. So then your dome must be a measurable, calculable distance where the sun must be exiting. What is that distance?
Oh, that's a good question. If I had to spitball it right now, I want to say.
Wait, why would you have to spitball it? Wouldn't we be able to?
I don't have.
You want to stop there?
You gotta spitball it. No, this should be. This is telling, right? That they're all sitting over there right
yes,
now.
Yes, it is. Just wait. Let me do a callback real quick because remember, they're the ones that always have the data to back up their claims.
Yes,
but he's spitballing this shit on the fly.
Yeah, they have.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
They have always. They're the ones with the empirical evidence, of course. The fact that here's what they do. They don't go and try to figure these things out. They don't go and do the actual like application of physics to it. They sit over in their echo chamber. Gatekeeping did not allow them to come out to debate, but instead of actually doing the hard work that the rest of us have done, right? People have gone out and measured the effects of refraction in the air. Right, I have a list of I don't know 20, 30 different measurements on my website mctune.net/refraction, free to read, to see what other people have already done to measure the effects. But do they do that? No, of course not. They just sit in their echo chamber and pontificate about what it might do. Go test it. No, they would never do that. How could they test it? They don't even know how they could test it. That's how smart they are. That's how empirical they are. They don't know how they could even test their vague ideas. So,
Okay, shall we continue?
Yeah,
because it's gonna get good.
All right.
All right, hold on. Let me make sure my settings. Okay, sorry. Here we go.
Listen, this just to be very clear. Let me make a quick, clear caveat here. This is so scientific, by the way. I said this is so scientific, by the way, and I mean that with the utmost sarcasm. I'm sure you're a very sassy dude. Like I said, I'm not here to tout any particular model. I'm not putting a positive model on the table. This is what reality is. This is how the earth is constructed.
No models. I'm just talking about your.
Right.
No, I'm not talking about a model.
Why I have to spitball it is because I haven't seen a robust enough modeling of this to like say I know it's this much. Right?
No, forget the model. Forget the model, Jamal. I'm not talking about a model. I'm talking about specifically this concept of a dome. You personally believe that there is this like actual angular dome that you.
Bro, this is not a contentious idea, bro. This is not a Jamal or a flat Earth idea.
I'm not talking about pretentiousness.
Huh?
No. I know. I'm not talking about pretentiousness.
I didn't say pretentious. I said contentious. This is not a contentious idea.
My bad.
Yeah, there's nothing in contention about this dome idea, bro.
Wait. Yes, there is. Wait, I contend. I'm definitely contending with it. Hold on, I am. I'm contending with it right now.
Bro, you're just ignorant about it.
Wait, no. We're not gonna do that. I'm not. Don't just say if someone disagrees with you, there must be.
Because it's not me. You can go do research on this, bro. This is optics.
Wait.
Hold on.
Hold on, Alvin. So, sorry, did you say something?
I did not. No.
Oh, my bad. I thought I was hearing something. My bad. I'll keep going.
Don't do that. We're actually trying to talk about the subject before you tell me.
Real quick, I just want to be sure, right? So, because I'm just listening to the conversation. I'm not trying to interject. I just want to. Well, I am interjecting, but it seems like you said you were in contention with the dome, right? But
yeah,
Jamal already stated what? Real quick, Jamal already stated that he's agnostic about it, but he's leaning towards.
No. He's talking not that dome. I'm talking about the azimuth.
Yeah, he's not being at all agnostic about. He's saying this is a fact of reality, bro.
I thought you was
not the
Are you contending the firmament dome?
No, we're not talking about the firmament at all. No.
Oh, the azimuthal dome.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a contentious theory. That's not theoretical.
Yeah,
that's
we're
a theoretical.
We're on the same page. Me and him are on the same page.
My fault. That's my fault. I was just.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, you're good. Here's the thing, Avi. Let me just give you this, Avi. Right?
Jamal, please stick to what I'm asking.
The shape of the Earth and the sunset and all of that. That's in contention, right? But the idea that we have an azimuthal dome or grid of vision, that is objective.
No. That's not what I'm asking about.
That is on a globe as well.
That's not what I'm asking about. Just understand what I'm
when I pointed out that's not a contentious idea, you
I am
a while ago.
No. We talk past each other on that point. That's why I'm trying to explain what I'm saying, okay? So I am specifically talking about this idea that there is a dome which like a visionary dome, right? Which you cannot see beyond as in distance-wise. Not angularly, like looking underneath the ground or something like that. I'm talking about distance-wise, as in like, I am looking forward right now, right? Standing up, looking forward outside. I want to say about, if we said the ground level is 0, and directly above my head is 90 degrees, I'd say I'm looking about 40 degrees up, right? Saying that there is a dome, a visionary dome, on which that if I continue to look for that 40-degree direction, right, or that angle, eventually there is a location or a distance where I can no longer see past, right? Like there is a distance out there that I can no longer see past. Do you believe that that's a fact?
That's absolutely an objective fact. Now, here's the thing. You need that you're more than almost never will your vision actually take you out that far, right? That's what's called so that's why when you go look up the dictionary definition of the word horizon, it brings a celestial sphere. I guess that's the celestial sphere, is the sphere I'm talking about. So you're not going to see stars. Like the only thing that you will see all the way at the extremities of that dome are the stars that come down to your horizon. That's the light. You're not going to resolve anything else besides a bright light, like the sun or something like that, or stars that will let you see. Pardon me, like where that dome is now coming down and meeting the horizon.
I'm not talking about the horizon, Jamal. I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking above the horizon.
That's what the horizon is. That's where the horizon exists.
The horizon is not 40 degrees. Wait. The horizon is not.
You talk.
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about anywhere near like where the Earth and the sun meet, which is essentially like a part of your description of what the horizon is, or the sky meets, right? The sky and the Earth. Yeah. I'm not talking about that part. Yeah, I corrected myself. Yeah, don't like, it happens. Yeah, I'm not talking about that spot. I'm talking well above it. That's why I said 40 degrees up, right? I'm not talking about ground level. I'm talking about like 40 degrees upwards, right? And like if we're talking again, if the ground is 0 and right above my head is 90, that's what it would be, right? That direction would not be the horizon at all. That wouldn't be nowhere near the horizon.
Yeah, okay, then that's going to be hard to define how high up that goes, because I don't know how high the things in the sky, how high up the things in the sky are, right? But we see them, so that's it. We just see stars.
I'm not even talking about
celestial sphere.
I'm not talking about stars. I'm just talking.
All right. So
I'm directly looking in that angle, and I continue to look.
Yeah. Can you pause that for a second?
I am at.
Sorry.
So who? So this is Jamal talking with. Who's the other guy that he was talking with there?
Avi. He comes on here sometimes.
Okay. So I mean, I think he had a good idea there with the 40 degrees up. Or we can make it the math a little easier. If you're at 45 degrees south latitude, and in the middle of the night you look up at 45 degrees, you see the center of rotation, due south, all night, dusk to dawn. You see it, and it doesn't move. Everywhere in the southern hemisphere, you see the same thing. Now, on flat Earth, the stars that are immediately outside the center of rotation are, splayed out in 360 degrees around the flat Earth dirt pizza. So it's they're way, way far apart, embedded in the dome. Yet you see them right next to each other, right near the center of rotation. And somehow this dome that it solves all problems. The dome is magical. It does everything that it needs to do to make them see what they see, with no reason why it does it. It just does it because it has to. And they're really, they're fooling themselves, of course, because any slight investigation of it shows how impossible it would be. That there's no way that light from absolute opposite parts of the dome firmament would have the stars appear next to each other when you look due south, when they're not due south of you. They're in all directions around you. But this is the other part. You turn around the other direction, you look north, you don't see Polaris, right? Those stars that are near the south celestial pole are splayed out all around the entire perimeter of the flat Earth dome. And somehow you see them, even though they're extremely far away. The farthest away stars possible, you see them. But Polaris, which is closer than many of the stars, you don't see. Why is that? No reason, no explanation, just magic.
Yeah, it's just really key to understand
it boggles
that
the mind, is what I was going to say.
Bislin model, stolen by Shane, is explicitly just to show that you just take this dome and then you take the objects where they actually are and you move them to where they need to be for each person to make them see what they would actually see on a globe. I mean, that is literally the way it's constructed. And Shane just stole the model, lock, stock, and barrel, and name on it.
And yeah. He the fact that he is able to fool flat earthers into thinking that it makes sense really shows how completely lacking in critical thought they are. Because there's no reason why these things would happen.
I disagree slightly. I think that there's a combination of factors with different flat earths because they're not monolithic. But one of the biggest things that helps explain it is the motivated reasoning.
Yeah.
It's not that they're incapable of critical thinking, because they apply a lot of critical thought to everything but their model. they're a lot of them are actually capable of critical thought.
And let
It's
me
just
add this.
selective. It's selectively applied, and the reason why is because it's motivated by a bunch of like usually theological precepts that they want to protect.
Sure. Let me say this. This is important for all of us. We all have that inclination. We all are susceptible to this kind of bias, and we all need to watch out for it. And in the last 5 years that I've been doing this, I have found myself in my own life things that like, that's the same thing they're doing. I need to stop that. And certainly there's probably other things that I apply that to. And I think still, and I think all of us really can benefit from learning from that and not letting it be what we do.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. One of the consistent messages I've been having on this app when I've been dealing with the flat earthers is precisely that point stated slightly in a different way, which is we all have the kind of the propensity for falling into these kind of traps of like confirmation bias and motivated reasoning and things like that. So it's not unique to flat earthers. It just with flat earthers it manifests itself in a particular way, but that same basic thing is something we're all capable of. So I echo that.
Yep. Here, Mandevil says, yes, I have become much more suspicious of my own long-held beliefs ever since becoming part of all this. Yeah. James Levell says, 8.1 billion personal domes sure makes perfect sense to a flerf. All right, how much more is in this clip?
A lot. We don't have to listen to the whole thing, but I kind of wanted him to get to the point where he was talking about that light attenuation thing, but I don't remember how long it is. So I will continue it until you get bored of it.
Okay, let's do at least one more chunk, but I have a few more chats from the audience to go through too.
Okay, did you want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna have to turn it down a little bit because I don't want to wake up my neighbors. Okay, here we go.
Asking you based on your concept of this dome. I'm not saying it's false. I'm just asking you based on the way you're describing it, right? Vision wise, is there a point that you're saying that if something is beyond that point, I simply cannot see it because it's beyond that point? Is that
looking straight up in the sky? You mean?
Not 40 degrees. Remember that part. 40 degrees. 40 degrees up from the ground, right? 40 degrees up, right? So I'm up again for like the ground level is 0 degrees. Above my head is 90 degrees. If I'm looking up 40 degrees forward, right? Looking in front of me forward by 40 degrees, right? And I continue to look in that direction directly, right?
Right.
I'm asking, is there some sort of concept where that you're talking about where there is a visionary dome or a barrier or a limit or like a distance, like a dome distance, essentially, where if I continue to look right in that direction, past that distance, I will no longer be.
Yeah, I got to put it in a bit of a poetic way, right? That limit, sky's the limit, bro. It's just the sky. Sky's the limit.
I don't want poetry though. I want actual numbers. What's the distance?
The sky, whatever the distance that the sky is, you know what I mean? So that's where we saw questioning, is there actually a dome, a tangible dome? If there's actually a tangible dome, that would probably be the limit, or whatever the stars,
I thought it was a fact though. You said it was a fact. I thought this was a fact. What do you mean we have to question whether it's a real thing or not?
I mean, I don't know. I'll go look it up. I'll go check and see exactly if there's a definitive number.
Okay, yeah.
For where you're limited.
Okay, great.
That's why I say it gets tricky, because now this is where it gets really tricky and interesting, because it's like what is the celestial sphere, right? What is the celestial sphere that, like, let's say the definition of the word horizon is describing coming down and meeting the plane tangent to your feet. What's that sphere? And what's the distance of it, right?
That's the question. No, it's not, because first of all, we're not even talking about the celestial sphere. Second of all,
we are talking about a personal celestial sphere. Yes, we are.
Wait. Okay. Hold on a second. That's different than what the term celestial sphere means.
The bigger celestial sphere covers the entire world.
Hold on. Let me
explain. But you have a personal celestial sphere as well.
Let me finish what I'm saying. those are two different things, because you just personalize the concept of a celestial sphere. A celestial sphere is not a personal thing, right?
So why is the dictionary defining the horizon as the celestial sphere coming down and meeting the ground?
I am literally trying to describe it to you. Hold on a second. Let me finish what I'm describing, okay? So you can understand what I'm saying. That way you don't have to ask as I'm answering it, right? So your answers will be answered, or your questions will be answered, I promise. What it is, the celestial sphere is essentially the perceived like angular vision from across the entire Earth outwardly in an isotropic fashion, right? That's what the celestial sphere is.
That's the bigger celestial sphere, correct?
No, that's the celestial spheres in the term when it's used in astronomy. That is literally
so
the
is that
celestial
what the
sphere. Anytime anyone says
when it says that meets the ground?
Absolutely, yes.
So that's what the horizon is. It's the whole world. So when you see the horizon, you're seeing the whole world.
No.
Well, no, you're only seeing a part of it. Obviously,
exactly.
Exactly. So you have a personalized celestial.
Okay, but that's something you okay. I understand that you're saying that there's a
it's not something I'm saying. We're looking at Avi. Hold on.
You are. There's no term personalized.
Let's say I'm in the middle of the desert, right, bro? The Sahara Desert.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I think
I do actually understand what you're saying. I'm just telling you that the term doesn't exist. You're just making it up. Is all I'm saying.
I'm just telling you, if you go look up the dictionary definition of the word horizon right now, it's going to tell you where the horizon is the apparent place where the Earth meets the sky. All right, you keep talking, bro. I'll talk when you're done, bro.
No, I'm saying I'm not even
You're telling me that it doesn't exist, and I'm trying to explain it, and you just interrupt.
No,
you talk, then I'll talk.
No. I'm trying to tell you specifically this concept that you're talking about, as in a personalized celestial sphere. The description might be a real thing. I specifically said that. I think you missed it. I said that description might be a real thing. I'm saying when people say celestial sphere, though, they're talking about the celestial sphere. They're not talking about a personalized celestial sphere.
Generally, yes. Colloquially, when you just use the word celestial sphere alone, correct. There is an understanding of the bigger celestial sphere based upon all of the sky data we've taken across time and history. We understand a bigger modeling of a celestial sphere, correct. If I just threw out the word celestial sphere in conversation, more than likely, that's what I would be talking about. I agree with you on that. However, I'm pointing out that you also have a personalized celestial sphere that comes down and meets a plane tangent to your foot and creates your horizon 360 degrees around you. That's what I'm describing.
No, I got you.
So when you ask me the height of it in any particular direction, all I can see is, even if I'm looking up 40 degrees, all I'm seeing is sky's the limit. Right? I'm seeing the last lights that I can resolve.
I'm not talking about height.
Pixel of light here, a pixel of light.
I wasn't asking about height. I was talking about distance. How far is it to the point where you can say that this dome, this visionary dome, would be to the point where right past that, like a foot past that, I would not be able to see something just past it? What is that distance?
Well, the reason I have to say sky's the limit is because if I set a distance at this is why it gets really, really interesting, right? It gets super duper interesting, because if I say, let's say an airplane, right? Let's say I started flying a little RV airplane, because there's Raleigh's criteria, right? That's the last, that's the limit of our optics in a certain way as well. So it depends on the size of what we're looking. So I don't know. This is the thing, right? So wherever the stars are, I can see the stars, right? Let's say I'm in the middle of the Bolivian salt flats at night. It's perfectly flat, plain, as flat as it gets, even if we're thinking it's a globe, right? Let's pretend we're on the globe. I know you guys pretend that every day, but we're in the middle of the Bolivian salt flats, and it's clear. It's nothing. It's dark. It's night. There's no lights. All we see is the beautiful sky light up. We see the whole Milky Way, and it would I will see a dome. It will come down. The stars, my personalized celestial dome, last thing I'm going to see there is those stars that are almost touching the horizon. I look all the way up. I see the Milky Way. I go all the way down behind me. I'm going to see those stars that are close to the horizon, all 360 degrees around me. I'm going to see the sky coming down and touching the horizon. So the sky's the limit. What the distance of those stars are would be, as far as I can tell, you can see. But let's say I had an airplane now and I start flying at 40 degrees up. That's going to disappear at a certain distance because of its angular size and Raleigh's criteria. So to get the exact number for that, I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not saying you're asking me a bad or a bad question. I just personally don't have the answer for that.
Wait, Jamal, can I wait. I'm trying to clarify. I want to clarify like a blaring hole in your explanation so far. So can
you let me know?
Do you? Yeah, I will in a second. Do you think that those stars that we see at night are closer or further away from us than the sun?
Couldn't tell you, bro.
Well, wouldn't it logically they have to be closer if the reason why we have nighttime?
Because according to your stupid ass explanation, the reason why we have nighttime is because the sun is so far away and the atmosphere is attenuating the light so much that you can't see it anymore.
You said that's the reason we have what?
No, according to your explanation of how we have nighttime, right? It's because the sun has gotten so far away and the light has become so attenuated through our atmosphere that we can no longer see the sun's light. Correct?
Correct. It's not lighting up anything.
Okay. So then wouldn't the stars have to be close enough for us to see so that their light is not being attenuated in the same exact way, logically?
Correct. But I don't know what the nature of those stars are.
Wouldn't you have to say that they're closer than Jamal?
Say it again.
Wouldn't you necessarily have to say that they're closer?
Wow, doesn't the luminosity have a factor play? Or the size?
Oh, now the luminosity.
Oh my gosh. All right. Okay.
That's the part I wanted you to hear.
Oh, there's so many layers of wrong. So attenuation doesn't explain why something gets blocked by the horizon. If it was attenuation, as was the geometry was presented earlier, then if that was the case, then 6 hours after local solar noon, the sun would be so far away that it attenuated to nothing. It wouldn't cross the horizon. It would just dim to nothingness. It'd be because it's so amazingly far away that it attenuated. But then of course the stars are significantly less bright than the sun. So
yep.
Why aren't they attenuating?
Yep. He's been stumped for months. He's literally been stumped for months on that one question. He can't answer.
Then the next thing that they like to talk about, like, oh well, it's the haze. The air is not truly clear at long distances. It blocks because it's so thick. Well, if that was the case, then also it's not thick at 10 degrees up where the sun would have to be 12 hours after local solar noon and as seen in California. So that doesn't explain it, but also it wouldn't work because we see stars just above the horizon. Of course, there's a little bit of a, mushy zone, but you see stars just above the horizon, less bright than the sun, and so less attenuation, and they can still somehow cut through the air. But this is an important thing, where is that star in the dome? Because the stars that must be around the perimeter of the dome would be the ones around the perimeter of the dome. Basically, Sigma Octantis, for example. Those stars would be embedded around the perimeter of the dome somewhere. Those are the ones that you would have to see if the Earth were flat, according to geometry. But you don't see them. You see, if you're, say you're 40 degrees south latitude again, 45 degrees south latitude. Those stars that are embedded around the perimeter of the dome, you see at an angle up in the sky, 45 degrees. And the stars that are at it's 45 degrees declination in the celestial sphere. Those are the ones that you see near the horizon, but they move. You see them just for a while, and then another star at 45 degrees declination goes near it. So geez. It's so, it's so ridiculous. And these simple things of geometry, they know it doesn't work. And so they just try to, get some Band-Aid and some spackling to patch up the problem. So
it's sophisticated bullshit.
Yeah. And, but no, it's not. It's empirical.
Not really.
It's empirical, right?
Yeah.
Jamal says it's empirical. If it's empirical, then these questions that I forgot, what was the guy's name? Avi. So when he says, "What is the distance?" then the person who boasts about having empirical would say, "Oh, well, the distance is this," and then when pressed, how did that get measured would have how it was measured. somewhere, somehow. Maybe not immediately. Got to be
The
fair.
rhetorical move was to retreat to, well, that's where it gets really tricky, and we have to ask these seemingly profound philosophical questions.
No,
that was all meant to like obfuscate the fact that he didn't have any scientific answers at all for any of the stuff he was saying.
Yeah.
That's the bullshit we've been dealing with for the last
Oh, yeah.
what 6-7 months.
So all right,
repeating this shit.
Is Dollar Bill, who is he? Just to talk trash? Is that?
Yeah, that's his job apparently.
Okay. And we've got Benjamin G. Is it Benjamin G. Good? Oh, just Benjamin G. Says that my presentation is, what's that?
Sorry.
Okay. He says Michael's presentation, that's me, is not wrong, but it's unfair in places. I'll explain. I challenge flat earthers to navigate using their model. Again, no one is asking string theorists to balance their checkbook with string theory. Or prior to that, he said, where is the mechanism? The question is unfair because it's not being asked of string theorists nor of Bell at
Benjamin's
all.
got a thing about string theory and
and
actually, for that matter, quantum mechanics and relativity.
So all right, well, so where is the mechanism? Well, I'm not asking string theorists because they're not claiming that they have, a stamp of doneness on their thing. The string theorists are working. It's a work in progress at this point, right? Some people say, and I've been, some people have commented after the fact, after I said things like this. So I won't say that I'm just saying that some people say of string theorists that it's not testable. Whether or not it's testable, that it doesn't really matter. They're not saying yet. They're not at the point where they're done. So, but celestial navigation, it's been hundreds of years, and I can do celestial navigation using the globe. So I'm not asking flat earthers to do something that I cannot do or that the globe cannot do. I'm asking them to do something that the globe can do. I'm offering them $10,000 to do it. It costs them nothing to enter, and they can they don't even need to do it as well as the globe can do. I'm being very generous in that. Same thing for gravity. I'm not using a very good mechanism for the globe for predicting the local gravitational variations on the Earth. I'm intentionally using a not very good one because the math is easier to understand, and I tailor things to my audience a bit. Because, if you don't use math, it gets rusty. So if somebody went to college and did calculus, a full year of college calc in college, and then you don't use it, it's going to be rusty. You're not going to remember, whoa, how do what's the derivative of 2x squared with relation with respect to x? Oh, 4x. If you don't do that, you're not going to be good at it. So I try to pull things back. I really like to have things, if possible, be middle school or early high school math, and that's what I chose. I chose a mechanism for determining the downward acceleration at that level, so that it's easier for flat earthers, and so it's a bake-off. It costs them nothing to enter, and they still don't. I've actually had 0 entries into that one. So why not? Well, the fact that they can't, the fact that they don't try, is them admitting that gravity wins. So there you go, Benjamin G.
Okay. I am willing to move on to a different recording if you are. But I don't know how much time you're willing to go. How what you feeling like?
Well, let me do a few more chats from my audience and
okay,
see where that goes. Lord Illuminous Pooh, everybody's favorite, says, I just bought a ring that's meteorite from 1 million years BCE and 665 million year old dinosaur bone. I have an existential crisis on my finger. I didn't quite get that one. Oh my god! All right, Ozian talks. Yeah, Ozian's a friend of mine.
Did he say existential crisis or
No,
existential? Because that would be.
existential crisis on my finger. Yeah,
Well, there's a chance to be funny. Okay.
Maybe spell check messed it up messed up his joke. Yeah.
Nah, that joke was just lame.
So Ozian, friend of mine, is going to be debating Kyle Adams tomorrow night on Modern Day Debate, the topic being the moon landings. Ozian says that the moon landings happened, and Kyle Adams, a flat earther, says, of course, that the moon landings did not. So Ozian asks, recommendation for my debate tomorrow with Kyle. I recommend that you crush him, because all that Kyle has is, I don't believe anything that you have for evidence, but I believe all of the evidence I have for everything all the time. So, Earthly Skeptic says about time zones, the flerfs claiming the southern time zones cover greater than 24 hours? ? If not, what's the point? Time zones are arbitrary, and that's just very true. I think that, their implication is that because there's more time zones, and apparently there are not, that somehow they need more time zones because of the precision is different. But it really wouldn't matter. It would actually be, it would be a little more sloppy, because the number of linear distance between areas would have less impact in the southern hemisphere. So I don't know. Maybe you would want to have 15-minute time zones more often in the southern hemisphere. If the Earth, I don't.
The time zone thing was not well thought out. Even by
it's
flat Earth
not.
standards. It was like the most embarrassing thing ever.
Well, and I know that Witsit made a big deal of it a while ago, and I don't know if he still is. He probably is. He never learns, right? He gets corrected on things and then just keeps saying them. Jamal says he never was informed about him being on debate tonight. Well, it was not Jamal. It was any flat earthers. It's an open invitation of flat earthers. So Jamal, hey, you're just the noisiest one. So fine, go run away, Jamal. Some other flat earther.
But he was in the room
like
4 times and refused to come off mic. He was on stage. So the idea that he wasn't informed is weird, because he knew enough to come to the room.
Well,
to try to beg us to come to a different room.
Weren't you saying that yesterday they were talking about this and trying to find ways out?
He was aware well in advance that it was happening. He's full of shit. But I did think that his presence in the room meant he knew about it with enough time to come in here to try to make you go to a different room.
Yeah.
So I just think that he lied. It's obvious, but that's what he does.
Yeah.
I'll pull out my calligraphy pen and we'll get some formal invitations for next time.
I mean, everybody who's come in here has come in here, not spoken, and tried to get us to go to a different room. So that kind of coordinated effort to me suggests that that's what they planned in those rooms. The goal was to try to move us to a venue they can control. That's really, and the excuse is that we're scared of them somehow.
Hey, Jamal or whoever else from the Flat Earth gang of people that are too scared to come talk to me, send me an email or contact me some other way if you would like me to come there and debate you on your place. But tonight was to be here, not there. So I'll go elsewhere. And if you have to mute and overtalk and be rude, then it will be streamed live to hundreds of people on my channel to show that that's how you have to do things. Or you don't have to do things that way. We'll see. All will be exposed if you do it that way. So, all right. A few more here. Marcus Wynn says also couldn't have an atmosphere on a dome. Keyword there being sphere. Well, that's just semantics. To be fair, it would be half of a sphere if it's a dome of some sort. So it'd be atmo semisphere or atmo hemisphere.
Halfway there.
Lord Luminous Boost's question about the dome. Where is Voyager? It takes 22 hours to get a signal from there and 22 hours to get a signal back. But we do get a signal back. And of course, the standard flat Earth response to all of those types of things is it's all just a ruse. Nobody's actually doing anything there. Like, but what about the people that actually, send the signals and stuff? Oh no, they're compartmentalized. So wait a second. These people construct a message and instructions to Voyager to tell it to do something, to turn, to take a picture, to do something. And then they send it, and then some other group of shadowy engineers take that and then wait 22 hours and then send back whatever it was that they are pretending to have done. Right? Or is everybody in on it? All of the thousands of people? Oh, no. The flat earthers typically say, no, it's not all of them in on it. They're just compartmentalized. But to do that, you have to have a mirror shadow group of engineers that are smarter and more informed on all of the tech that they're interfacing with in order to fake it. Amazing stuff. Steve6464 says, isn't it nifty Steve6464 turned 60? Well, if that's the case, Steve, happy birthday to you. And I would like to lead everybody in a synchronized singing. Prepare yourself, everybody, of happy birthday to Steve. So ready? Here we go now. And just continue on your own. Lord Illuminous Poo says Danny Trejo's character Machete from the ultra-violent movie of the same name is in fact the same character, an uncle to the Spy Kids. Mind blown. He is. I love the Spy Kids movies. Are you guys familiar with the Spy Kids movies? Tell me you are. Tell me you love the movies.
Oh yeah,
I know what they are,
kids
but
of a certain age.
I can't say I'm a fan.
The first couple are good. They got bad. The later ones got bad. Zoomy Tomato says, look, FTF, I already told you I'm not going to super chat. So there was a debate a while ago. So FTFE, he lives in Scotland. He's born in England. He's definitely not American. His name is Craig. And he was on a debate, and the other, at least one of the other people on the debate kept calling him McToon. Kept calling him me. Like this person didn't even know the difference between the two of us, that he's got an accent and I don't. He's in Scotland and I'm in America. So I think that's what he's referring to. Algorithm says, remember WFF and proof. That was a whiff and proof. WFF and proof. This was a whiff and proof. I don't know what you're talking about, algorithm. What am I missing there? WFF. All right. Remind me in the chat. All right. The other one that you have, Black Muse. How long is this?
Okay. One? For this one, I want to see, is John there? John, are you still around?
I see him.
John going once. I want to see if he's like around, like he can come off mic.
Oh, okay.
John going twice. Okay, so I don't know if John's going to be around. So my question to you before I start is, how well versed are you in either special or general relativity?
I'm okay. Um, I could do the Lorentz transform application for that, but if you're going to ask me to do the to work on the actual field equations, that's not going to happen.
No, you don't need to
Okay.
do all that.
All right.
It seems like you know enough to be able to tell how badly Jamal's about to straw man both general and special relativity.
Okay.
So just some basic facts that he's going to get monstrously wrong. But I just wanted to see if John was around, because John seems to be
I am back now. Sorry, Lex.
John, when I call you, I need you to answer immediately. No, I'm just
Yes.
kidding.
I had actually graduated to the YouTube, and it's about a minute later.
Oh,
Okay. Um, but what I wanted to do was I wanted to have you on standby or have you around because I'm about to play a recording of Jamal talking about both general and special relativity. He's mixing them up. He's saying things about them that are completely false. And I just wanted y'all to hear this one. Now, this one's kind of lengthy too, but not as lengthy as the other one. This one's more like 10-ish minutes. Now, did your audience not like when I sped it up?
I think that it was sped up too much.
Well, it was only 1.5.
It came across, even on this side, a little choppy, like not just sped up, but it seemed.
Okay, I won't speed it up then. The only reason I was even asking is because it would make it go by faster. Okay, so we'll do the same thing. Stop it when you hear something that you're like, "Oh, I got to comment on that." But yeah, have fun listening to this genius rehash of special and general relativity. All right, here we go.
You have to talk about relative reference frames. You have to talk gobbledygook wizardry. You cannot say emphatically as a fact the Earth is moving around the sun, and that is the kinematic nature of that. You cannot say that because you have to uphold general relativity, which says, sorry, geocentric frame of reference is no less valid or no less factual or no less realistic or no less true than a heliocentric one. You guys don't understand Einstein enough to understand that that's the position you hold when you defend his relativity. Don't his general relativity more specifically, because special relativity tried to hold on to it, but that ran into so much problems. He had to come up with general relativity and kind of reverse back because there was so much problems in trying to get rid of the ether. Like I said, you dudes,
I don't even think they wanted to get
had a
rid
lot
of
of
the ether.
research to do, bro. That was
I don't think the
Einstein's.
whole point
That
was
was
to
his
get rid of
base
the ether,
postulate, bro. The special relativity. That was the main postulate. That was
no,
the
I think special relativity was a byproduct of them trying to do other things. The whole
According
question
to Einstein,
was like, and I feel like I've actually had this conversation the last time I was in this room, because I actually did look into this quite a bit. But the question was like, when you have the propagation of a wave through a medium, no matter what, if you have some like let's call it an observer for lack of better terms, going at speed x, you have the wave propagating at that same speed as the wave moving. That was the entire question at hand here. So,
again,
for
Einstein,
example, if you were to shoot
you've
a
heard
light,
me read the
the
quote
whole
several times from Einstein himself, telling you that the first
I never talked
step
to the guy, bro.
on the journey. Let me just remind you that the first step on his journey towards relativity, right, his theories of relativity, was the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment.
And I was getting towards that.
Really quickly,
issue
do you understand what I'm saying?
Every time you have a wave
let me ask you a question real quick, Kirk. Hold on. Let's just slow walk. I gotta freak out. Do you agree or disagree? Do you concede that that is a kind of historical fact? According to Einstein himself, the findings of the negative result from Michelson and Morley's experiment is what actually began him on his journey, is what he actually set out
agree to that.
To explain. Okay.
I can agree to that.
Let's be very clear. So, do you also agree that the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment at the time, to most of the physicists, seemed to suggest the Earth, it seemed to suggest, even though they weren't really ready to grapple with that idea, it did seem to suggest that the Earth had no apparent velocity?
I cannot agree with that. I like.
Well, then you just need to go do some better research.
Personally,
and you will find out that it took decades for the beginnings of any other framework to frame it any other way. There literally existed no other way to interpret the negative result until relativity. That's why it was such a groundbreaking thing, because they could finally figure out a way to explain. Oh,
I
the
told
Earth
you.
is moving, and here's what we missed.
I can pause it there if you want to
All
talk.
right, what he's doing, he's parroting Witsit without having done the nominal cherry picking exercise that Witsit did. So the I always have with me a copy of the book Relativity, the Special and General Theory by Einstein that he published in 1916. It's targeted towards the stepmother type of understanding. So people that have finished, primary education, secondary education, and have, algebra understood. So in that book, it talks about, it doesn't specifically name Michelson-Morley, to my knowledge. I don't recall it. But according to Einstein, in his own book, chapter 16, Experience and the Special Theory of Relativity, the first chapter of the first paragraph of this chapter says, we refer to the, I'll back up a little bit. These results are obtained in an exceedingly simple manner, and the effects indicated, which are due to the relative motion of the Earth with reference to the fixed stars, are found to be in accord with experience. We refer to the yearly measurement of the apparent position of the fixed stars resulting from the motion of the Earth around the Sun, aberration, and to the influence of the radial components of the relative motions of the fixed stars with respect to the Earth on the color of the light reaching us from them. So that's chapter 16. Now, what Jamal hasn't read this, obviously, and Witsit cherry-picked this particular book, and he picked up a section later, and he likes to cherry-pick this. Later in that same book. It's on the next page of the book. It says, so now he's talking about, this is how he got to special relativity. It says, the second class of facts to which we have alluded has a reference to one question, whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments. Now, this was written in German. That's his language in 1916. That's what he was writing in. And so the word that he used there is not terrestrial. It's the German word for that. But what's talking about here when you read the context is terrestrial, meaning you're only referencing things terrestrially. You're not looking to the stars, right? So he mentioned the stars. I'll come back to that in a minute. He mentioned the stars at the beginning of this chapter, and now he's saying terrestrial experiments, specifically not referring to stars. So whether or not it can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we've already remarked in section 5 that all attempts of this nature had led to a negative result. So that's talking about both Michelson-Morley and Airy's failure and potentially some other experiments. Now, no idea exactly what he had in mind when he wrote that. So what does Michelson-Morley reference? Well, and what did it do? What were they intending to do? Now, Jamal, poorly parroting Witsit, is attempting to claim that all physicists at the time were like, oh, well, we think that means Earth no move. No, that is not the case. That is not what they were thinking of. And Einstein, I'll come back to the two things that he mentioned in a second here, but reading the very first sentence of Michelson-Morley, I'll put the PDF in the chat there for everybody. says the discovery of the aberration of light. Now, aberration was one of the things Einstein mentions. The discovery of the aberration of light was soon followed by an explanation according to the emission theory. So now the emission theory is not the luminiferous ether theory. And the aberration of light goes back to 1727. This was written in 1887, so about 150 years later. I'll keep reading. The effect was attributed to a simple composition of the velocity of light with the velocity of the Earth in its orbit. So obviously nobody had a problem with aberration and not ether. The difficulties in this apparently sufficient explanation were overlooked until after an explanation of the undulating theory of light, that's ether, was proposed. This new explanation was at first almost as simple as the former, but it failed to account for the fact proved by experiment that the aberration was unchanged when observations were made with a telescope filled with water, and that's Airy's failure. For if the tangent of the angle of aberration is the ratio of the velocity of the Earth and velocity of light, then since the latter velocity in water is 3/4 its velocity in a vacuum, the aberration observed with a water telescope should be 4/3 of its true value. So what the rest of that is saying is that there's a problem. There's a problem with the undulating theory of light in regards to Airy's experiment. So Airy was a astronomer royal in England around the time of this experiment here that Michelson Morley did. So let me get to the aberration of light from 1727. This is a measurement. It's the early confirmation of the movement of the Earth around the sun, done by James Bradley, who's a pastor and a member of the is an astronomer. So. And he discovered that stars shift in position depending on where they are in the celestial sphere and depending on what time of year it is. Stars that were in the north and south poles of the celestial sphere did a circle.
Wait, do you mean the regular one or personalized celestial sphere?
Yes, the only.
I'm playing. Ignore me. I'm being silly.
And then stars on the equator of the celestial sphere didn't do a circle; they did a line back and forth, but it had the same width. And everywhere in between, it makes an oval or an ellipse, and the amount of the height of the ellipse varies with as a sine-cosine relationship. So that and so Michelson Morley said the effect was attributed to a simple composition of the velocity of light. Light has a fixed speed with the velocity of Earth in its orbit. So there's a relationship between the two, and James Bradley identified that relationship. So nobody thought, oh no, this means Earth not move, because before ether, they still said, oh, here is the explanation. And actually with the ether explanation, they had a little bit of a problem explaining it, but they finally did explain, and aberration met with success, or whatever. It meshed with ether, or the undulating theory, as they call it here. So anyway, that's aberration. And then the second thing that Einstein mentioned was the radial component of the color of light. That's the link that I dropped there. It's the annual Doppler shift. And so in 1887, same year as Michelson Morley, Vogel and Schneier, two Germans, published a 350-page book about on the change in the color of light depending on where they are in the celestial sphere and what time of year it is, and it shifts towards the red 6 months opposite when it shifts towards the blue for stars on the celestial equator, and stars on the celestial poles don't have this shift at all. So both of these things are confirmation that the Earth moves, and Michelson-Morley did nothing at all to invalidate those things. Nobody came around looking at Michelson-Morley and said, "Oh, well, I guess James Bradley was wrong." No, nobody did that. And of course, Vogel and Schneier had their publication the same year, so it wasn't.
It's also kind of awkward that a few years later, Michelson, Gale, Pearson, that experiment demonstrated the rotational motion of the Earth anyway. So there's that.
Well, yeah, that's rotation, and rotation is different from orbit. Orbit is a translation in position, and
but both of them would contradict the stationary part of flat and stationary is the point I was making.
Yes, very much. And the other thing is, so they do like to talk about, well, let's they want to say, well, let's not consider other evidence, right? They don't look at James Bradley. They say, well, so you could, in isolation, you could say, well, let's not look at anything else. What does Michelson-Morley mean, ignoring everything else? Well, you could declare that ether does exist. It was actually a test of the ether. So the actual result is that it confirmed that the ether didn't exist because it didn't disprove Bradley or anything else. But let's say they don't exist for a minute. What it would require is, if ether does exist, that it means then that the ether must be stationary, or at least close to stationary, with relation to the surface of the Earth. So that doesn't mean Earth is not moving. It means that if Earth is moving, ether is moving with the Earth. And if Earth is stationary, then the ether has to be stationary. So one or the other. But then you look at Michael Gale Pearson, and that measured a movement. Well, wait a second. Didn't Michelson-Morley measure no movement? Well, that's what the flat earthers say. Well, then what did Michelson-Gale Pearson measure? Oh, well, it measured the vortexing of the ether. But Michelson-Morley requires that it not be vortexing. Which one is it? They can't both be the same. They both don't work with ether and stationary Earth. It doesn't work. Either it's stationary ether or it's vortexing ether. Take your pick.
Exactly. And to address the point that Jamal was attempting to argue, the idea that nothing until general relativity had anything to say about the Michelson-Morley experiment is just weird, because there's several experiments about testing the ether subsequent to that, before relativity anyway.
Yeah, well, the portion of the book that I was reading from, that Einstein wrote, was not the general relativity portion of the book. It was the special. So yeah, 1905 special relativity was when Einstein proposed, and of course at the time that's all it was, a proposition, a hypothesis, that special relativity has an explanation for it. Came to be, pretty quickly after that, identified to be accurate. So.
Now, the other thing that you heard a little bit of, but you didn't hear the full thing, he made a claim about Einstein's postulates, which is funny because I looked into it. In special relativity, Einstein makes a total of 2 postulates, and none of them are what Jamal says there was. And he basically said the first postulate of special relativity is that there is no ether, which is wrong.
Oh my gosh.
It's wrong as fuck.
I mean, it's an outcome of it, but it's not the postulate. Oh my gosh.
Would you like to hear that part?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what you get with a bad parrot of Witsit. But yeah, let's hear it.
All right. I don't know how long it's going to be, but it should be not that long.
Here's what the Earth was already determined to be a thing before that experiment. Well, I don't agree to that. The whole rationale for the negative result was that there can't possibly be an ether if there's no frame track, because we already know that the Earth is moving. When he said they did not take into account to hold up, bro.
Here's what you got to do, Kirko. In order to hold up that position, you have to find me a single quote. And I always put this up, and I put my money where my mouth is. If you can find for me in the first 20 of 1887, right? So from 1887 to 1907, if you can find me a singular quote from a singular physicist or scientist suggesting anything to the effect of what you're saying, that it suggested that the ether didn't exist, right? If you can find me a single quote within 20 years of that experiment being conducted.
Oh wait, I don't know what just happened.
Yeah. So he's asking for. Wow, this is bold of him.
Yeah, I
Saying his
actually
money. He didn't say how much money, but he
yeah
said his money
he
worth
didn't do that.
something.
He didn't on purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, let me see if I can continue.
Then I got low cash here. Let's just call it 20 from a singular physicist or scientist suggesting anything to the effect of what you're saying, that it suggested that the ether didn't exist, right? If you can find me a single quote within 20 years of that experiment being conducted, then I got low cash here. Let's just call it 20 years before or 20 years after? 20 years after 1887, from 1887.
So he said I got a little cash.
But didn't he just, or is he about to claim that Einstein's postulate was that the ether didn't exist for special relativity, which is 1905, which
Yes,
would be within that 20 years.
He stupidly doesn't understand that.
That's adorable.
But to be fair to him, though, Einstein did not. That was not Einstein's first postulate.
No.
Einstein claims that the theory of relativity didn't come at all. I mean, and I think he says so convincingly. It came from his looking at Maxwell's equations. It really had nothing to do with Michelson. I just agrees with it.
Well, yeah. But he does, and there's some confusion about whether or not he knew about it. But there's a speech of him talking about Michelson-Morley's results.
I think he knew about it, but the point is that the seeds in his own brain of it had come from looking at Maxwell's, and the fruition of it came from looking at Maxwell's equations.
Yeah, there is confusion. I looked into it. It's actually extremely complicated, so I stopped looking into it. But there is some genuine confusion about the extent to which, if at all, the Michelson-Morley experiment, motivated or
I think it helped
inspired
motivate
Einstein.
him to finish his study, but he had been thinking about it even before. I think that's what I understand, is that he had been thinking about the Maxwell's equations and what they would lead to, and just light in general, thinking about the motion of light before the Michelson-Morley experiment. And then I'm sure when it came out, he kind of said, "Oh shit, I better get this done," something like that.
Well, how much earlier had Lorentz came up with his transformations? Because that was he thinking about Michelson-Morley?
Well, Lorentz was thinking about Michelson-Morley. He was trying to hide it.
Lorentz was after Michelson-Morley. Michelson was 1887. Lorentz was shit. I forget the year.
Yeah, but it was later because it was an attempt to show why the ether actually does exist, but nature conspires to make it impossible for us to detect it. That's what.
It's in this. It's in the same book. In the same chapter, I think, and I just don't have it marked, where Einstein says Lorentz tried to save the, and then Whitsitt misquotes this because he thinks it's that says Lorentz has tried to save the hypothesis, or tried to save the theory, and Whitsitt thinks that Einstein is saying, I think, that Lorentz is trying to save the Earth moving through space theory. But no, Lorentz is trying to save the ether theory by suggesting that the apparatus actually physically shrinks in the reference frame, but the reference frame shrinks with, or there's no reference frames really, and not the same idea, that somehow the movement through the ether causes things to squish. But that doesn't make sense, because why would a marshmallow squish the same amount as a rigid steel beam? It doesn't make sense. So it wasn't a good explanation, because then it lacked a plausible mechanism for the next part of it.
Yeah, and it wasn't testable because it was an attempt to say, no, the ether exists. You just can't detect it.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
But
and
but but,
that's a
but
problem.
ultimately, didn't
Yeah.
Einstein's general relativity get the concept of length contraction from this thing?
It's
From
special.
that concept?
It's
From
No,
special.
Lorentz?
no, the same equation follows directly from relativity, and really in some sense kind of for the same reason, but it's not an attempt to hide the ether. It's just a result of the fact that the ether doesn't exist. But the equation for length contraction is the same. It's a very different philosophical viewpoint that leads to it.
So it's important that to see this, that Whitsitt has woven this idea of how he thinks relativity happened, and other flat earthers parrot it, not understanding it and in parroting it wrong, because you'll hear Flat Earth Dave saying this incorrectly. He will say that it what does he say? Like it compresses, but you can't measure it. He's what he says, something to that effect. Like that. No, that was Lorentz's thing for ether, but for special relativity, when you are outside the reference frame of the Earth, right? Say viewing it from the sun, and the Earth is moving around the sun, then it appears to the observer at the sun that our reference frame has shrunk. But to us, it doesn't appear to that. And another observer that's not at the sun, but maybe is in a ship moving very, very fast, it's a whole different experience. So it's not that the apparatus actually shrunk. It's that the apparatus appears to shrink to somebody else's viewpoint.
There's another aspect of this, and this is a slight change, but my battery might die soon, so I just want to get this out. Just yesterday, I was in the room, and they were talking about how, there was a letter signed by like 100 German physicists, like criticizing Einstein, and I was like, that pre-World War II, Germans didn't like quote Jewish science. Like, there's so like. Is that the side you're on? So you were quite a bit earlier. You talked about Witsitt's like anti-Semitism, and so they're tapping into some of this shit. I don't think they even know they're doing that, but or maybe they do.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't
But
think they know. I don't think that's what their intention is. But if you look at why they signed it, you could make that argument, I think. But I don't think, to be fair to flat earthers, I don't think that they are taking an anti-Semitic stance about that one. I think they're just doing an appeal to popularity on it. It's just a fallacy. Like, well, a whole bunch of scientists don't agree with it, therefore it's probably crap. Nope. If that's a way to argue things, then the flat Earth argument is done. Your own application of your standard ends your discussion about flat Earth right now. Right?
I have a file of letters that I received over the years from people who I suspect some of whom probably would be or were flat earthers. But it's a very common theme of pranks and kooks to take on both relativity and quantum mechanics. Sorry, Benjamin, it's just true. and it's there's often, not always, a certain anti-Semitism, I think, that infects both of those things. But mostly, it's just no. We want Newton to be right. I mean, it's just we like springs and levers and all that kind of stuff, and they just try to make all of the relativistic effects somehow be achievable with springs and levers, quantum mechanical effects too, and they write these long treatises that always have numbers to 10 significant digits, and it's all supposed to be a way of getting the same results without abandoning Newtonian mechanics, which they just are attached to. In some cases, as I say, because I think of anti-Semitic tendencies, but not always. I mean, often it's just they just want that to be the way it is.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it's often anti-Semitic, but it's almost always I'll leave the door open to an exception, but it's almost always some nameless, faceless they. Whether it's the sometimes it's the Jesuits. Well, Jesuits and the Zionists, they're not buddies. They're not the same group. They don't have a Venn diagram that overlaps in controlling the world. But also they'll say it's Freemasons. They'll say it's
the Illuminati.
I mean, they don't. There's other groups that occasionally get it. Bilderberg and Rothschilds and Brigade 77 and the NSA and French mimes, of course. They're the people behind it all. But yeah, watch out.
I found the part where he makes the comment about the postulate. It's pretty quick.
Okay.
You want to that real quick? Is that okay?
Yeah. Let's hear it.
Okay. It's going to be like 30 seconds to warm up to it.
Okay.
And then the explanation for that whole theory is it's purely mathematical. There is no way you can bring it into the scientific method. It is pseudoscientific inherently. It is intrinsically pseudoscience. And you guys,
can you do me a favor and explain to me what you think relativity is?
Relativity is pretty much special relativity. It's pretty much postulated. The first postulate, pretty much, of special relativity is that there is no ether, there is no background medium. Right? That's pretty much the whole gist of it. That's the beginning thing. It's kind of like let me see. It's kind of like in any monotheistic religion, the first presupposition is that there is only one God. In relativity, the presupposition is there is no background ether. That is what this religion is ultimately all about. And so it's explaining how, a bunch of mathematical explanations to how, waves propagate through like these idealized mathematical scenarios, pretty much. You know what I mean? That's kind of my best way of describing it.
Oh my gosh.
How good of a description of relativity was that?
All right. It should be said, the actual first postulate of special relativity is that the laws of physics are the same in all reference frames. Quite a bit different from ether no exist. And the second postulate is that the speed of light is the same in all reference frames. So those are the two.
It would have been interesting to hear Jamal's what he thought the second postulate was, because that first postulate, as he said it, is kind of it's a semi-paraphrase of the second postulate, in fact, right? So I wonder what he thinks the second postulate actually is.
It kind of is. And I mean, maybe no wonder he in particular didn't want to come talk to me, because I wouldn't have bought that.
You think?
I mean, oh my gosh.
This dude was pretending that he understood what interferometry was in another room. And I came in there and exposed his
Bless your little heart, Jamal.
He literally said, we all have interferometers in our phones. And I was like, no, we don't, you lying.
The funny thing is that whole business about how physicists just accepted that the Michelson null result said the Earth doesn't move is very similar to his. You haven't heard this one, I don't think, Michael. He was telling a story the other day about Galileo, and the story, I think it was him. It might have been another flat earther, in fairness. But the story was that Galileo had all of his life accepted the church's position that the sun was the center of the universe and the earth revolved around the sun. But then he couldn't bear it anymore. So at the end of his life, he recanted and told the truth that the earth actually doesn't move. And that's when the church came to torture him and kill him.
It's another Witsit source. This guy is just, Witsit from wish.com. But it's worse than that.
I've known Jamal to be many things, like a liar or whatever, but
Yeah.
I'd never known him to be a plagiarist. Are you telling me that he's plagiarizing once he gets it, bro?
Oh yeah, this is all from Witsit.
That's insane.
Yeah. Well,
Is Witsit a white man? Just curious. Because if that's true, that's hilarious.
It's even worse. He's a ginger.
Oh
I'm
my
kidding.
god,
I'm kidding.
the worst
I'm
kind of
kidding.
white man. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it's funny because
one of my kids is a ginger, so I'm.
No, I know I'm playing too, but what's funny is the flat Earth gang dudes act like their cosmology is so ethnocentric and it's rooted in Egyptian or I guess ancient Chemician cosmology. But all of their stuff, pretty much all of it, comes from Samuel Rowbotham anyway. But the fact that it's coming from more contemporary white men is hilarious. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, that's cute.
And just as a little aside, I thought it was the case that Galileo was basically just put on house arrest. He wasn't like burned at the stake or anything.
Yeah, it was
that's true
Giordano
too. But
Bruno that was burned.
Yeah, but the best part of that mixed up story is just this idea that somehow the church tortured him when he recanted, when he actually told the truth and turned away from the church, which demanded that the sun be the center of the universe.
It's interesting if you look at the parallels, right? It was a religious organization demanding that somebody not move science forward, and of course it was a Catholic organization. Well, now you've got the flat earthers who generally are, not always, but generally are strict Bible literalists, which is not the Catholic position, and they're very much anti-Catholic. They often demonize Jesuits, which are Catholics. They often demonize the Catholic Church in general as wanting to somehow be in charge of the globe, when it was the Catholic Church that was resisting the ideas of the Earth being not the center of the solar system or the universe.
Yeah, the heliocentric model was held to be heretical by the by the Catholic Church until 1992.
Yeah.
So it's just a weird narrative to spin and make it seem like the Catholic Church or the Vatican, quote unquote, in 1492 originated and orchestrated the globe lie or whatever. Like, this is some weird narrative that
history doesn't
repeats
support that
at all.
There's
Also,
2,000 years of evidence prior to that.
There literally was no Vatican in 1492. That's not a thing. But I guess you could say he just means the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
But in 1492, the church was actually split, and it was like its weakest. It wasn't that powerful in that time period.
If it's the nameless, faceless they that's in charge of all of it, and if the globe was introduced pre-Jesus, then it certainly couldn't have been the Catholic Church that was instructing, Euclid to write his treatise on spherical trigonometry phenomena, to do it, because he was Greek and pre-Jesus, so it couldn't have been Catholics. And since he was also Greek, it couldn't have been the Jews either, because they weren't over there orchestrating people in Greece to do things at 500 BC.
Well, the reason why 1492 is preferable strategically and for this particular conspiracy theory is because they want the solid connection and link to European colonialism. Because remember, they're ethnocentric, so white supremacy has to be the culprit, and so that's, I think, why that's a strategic advantage. But historically, it doesn't make any sense because globes predate 1492 by thousands of years. So it's just awkward. But I think that's why they just try to make that square peg fit in that round hole for no reason.
Yeah. All right, let me read this from Don Giovanni. He says the church did not, and I don't know if this is true or not. This is just what he's saying. So I'll just relay this. The church did not consider heliocentrism to be heretical. They arrested Galileo for doing bad theology without being ordained and being an insufferable prick. I do know that Giordano Bruno was an insufferable prick, and that in part has led to him being burned.
The Catholic Church actually just recently, like within the last year or so, like came out and admitted that they treated Galileo wrong. It actually made the news. I forget exactly when that news dropped, but they just recently kind of officially confessed that publicly.
So, all right, Round Thinker, who is Jewish, lives in Israel, says the earliest Jewish source with the globe is dated to 400 A.D. So there were 900 years off of the Jews somehow being the ones that introduced the globe.
I wonder if you can share a link for that, or I'm curious about that.
Oh yeah, Round Thinker. If you have a link, that'd be super. I'll get it over to them.
From my understanding, globes date back to Greek times, like 2 BC.
495 is Pythagoras. Now he had only hypothesized that the Earth was a globe.
Well, no, because they had celestial globes, and like.
Oh, you mean the physical?
Yeah, they had, and they depicted some pretty ancient statues of Atlas holding up those celestial globes.
Yes.
So they had globes well before that. But maybe the terrestrial globes date back to 400 and some.
Yeah. Well, all right. I have a few more super chats here. We got Aaron Reese says, but if it were a true democracy, we could ostracize one flerf per year to die without a home country. Only one per year? Glover Mom says, Traycations is just salty that Antarctica exists. Oh, I didn't finish telling the story about Trey Hutchinson, the not mechanical engineer that read that journal article about Antarctica. He thought that because it said halite is ubiquitous, and halite is a mineral basically that's salt, sort of, kind of, not quite, but it's in the neighborhood. He's like, Antarctica is made of salt, because he didn't know that ubiquitous just means you find it everywhere, not that it's made of salt. He thought he didn't understand the word ubiquitous. So he really thought that. Donald Trump's 34 Convictions says, painting fell on me, earth flat, where my ticket? He's trying to get a flight to Antarctica. Randomly Epic says, sorry if I missed it, but did you see the Flat Earth debunking video Veritas posted? It's 8 hours long. I haven't seen all of it yet, but I have watched some of it. It is good so far. I've really enjoyed watching it. So, and yeah, I knew about it. I knew he was working on it. I had been on his Twitch channel before, where he was talking about it. And he kept giving me updates, and every time he gave me an update on it, it got longer. So, Slithery says, just seen a live Rocket Lab feed of an Electron rocket from Rocket Labs. Yeah. And they're the ones in New Zealand, right? I think that's correct.
I don't know.
Lord Illuminous Poo says $500 personal dome cleaning, call poo, ditch the goo.
Nah, that one was funny.
If your personal dome gets dirty, you know who to call. Dirtbike has upgraded their membership to Einstein. Thank you. And then Dirtbike says, Witsit's head brain is so huger, he has to inhale helium in the morning when he wakes up just to get out of bed. Hashtag genius problems. Oh my gosh. Oh, Witsit's head brain is so huger. I love that. Rick says getting a live demo of the FE model. No balls. Looking at you, Flat Earth Gang. Lord of Luminous Pooh says everyone has that uncle. Theory of relative creepy. Einstein. Do you have that uncle?
No, I can't say that I do.
No?
I would never wish that on anybody.
No. Battle Against Misinformation says Flerf Talk, lettuce, onion, tomato, and carrots, and croutons. Word salad. Steve Revel says I'm late coming in. Did I miss anything? Oh, Steve. Black Muse, can we start all over again just for Steve?
Nope. I'm sorry. He's gonna have to watch the recording.
All right. Well, I'm caught up on those. Are we through? We've been at this for a while, so.
Well, yeah, we can start wrapping up because I don't want to keep playing. I have hours of tapes.
Yeah,
I'd love to have you back to do this again, but yeah, I strongly encourage, and you have my not that you need it, but you have my blessing to go to their space and do your thing because I actually want to see what happens. I just like the weird posturing of like, I'm not afraid of you, but I'm not too afraid to come in this room specifically to debate you. Like, I don't know, that's weird. But yeah, I had fun. This was fun. This is as fun as I thought it would be, given the contingency. But I'm glad you got to hear people like Jamal say things full-throated when they don't, they at the time they didn't know that they were going to be exposed to you or anybody else. And I'm sure they long since forgot about the things that I played. And so I'm glad your audience got to hear it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just start wrapping. So how do you usually wind down your everything?
Well, I just before that, we Round Thinker posted the link to the globe. He says, look for one silver basin. So I posted it in your chat there. One silver basin. So, and his offering, one silver dish, its weight 130, one silver basin of 70 shekels. In the sacred shekel, both of them full of high quality flour mixed with oil as a meal offering. Okay, so this is it's Hebrew and then it's translated to English. So this is the first reference to a globe. I'm not seeing it though. Round Thinker, what particularly this says about globe, that there's a dish or a basin. I don't know. Mark W. No, I won't even say that. Anyway, that there is the link there that I dropped in. It's to if you see that, Sepharia.org.
Did you want me to put at the top of the room?
Well, it's for anybody that's interested in the early reference to the globe in Hebrew or Israel. Oh, a few more lines down, he says. Okay, hold on. A few more lines down. There were deaf, there this. Regarding that moment from the camp, I don't know. Can I just search for globe? I don't know. We'll leave it at that because I'm not seeing the specific words. Round Thinker. So anyway, so what do I do? Well, I generally just thank everybody for coming. Thank everybody for joining along. it's been a lot of fun, and I see somebody named Mosh Pit here, and man, I love that name. Who is Mosh Pit? Talk to me.
Mosh Pit doesn't usually talk, but if he wants to talk, please feel free. But he just comes to our rooms. What's up, dude?
Hey, yeah, I only talk when people question my existence or think I'm a troll or something, just to prove that I'm an actual person. And if you hear the background noise, I'm playing Assassin's Creed, not in some satanic cult or something.
Oh, okay. What is your favorite mosh pit that you've been in?
It's more aspirational. In these clubhouse rooms, I kind of like sometimes wish I could jump on the stage and join the brawl. So I gave myself this name sort of as an aspiration, but so far okay. I just stay safely in the audience.
All right. Well, I have a few favorite mosh pits I've been in. I
haven't really done mosh pits much since high school, to be honest. So yeah. I don't have a good answer to that.
They get more dangerous with age. Zayo at Cornerstone, Deliverance at New Union,
nice.
And Slayer in St. Paul. That one was a bit rough. So
I hope you got some nice bruises to show for it.
I got a deep tissue massage I wasn't expecting.
Nice.
So, all right. Well, thank you, Moshpit.
Yeah, well, thanks for having these interesting rooms. I feel kind of bad that I don't contribute. I sort of use it as a replacement for podcasts, to be honest. But, hopefully that one more person in the audience is worth something.
Yeah. I get it. All right. Well, I will. I'll say thank you. I'll drop out of this room and I will wrap things up on my YouTube channel after this separately. But yeah, thanks a lot, Black Muse. Thank you to Iron Lion / Araya for helping set this up.
Yes, sir. And thank you very much for helping us out, showing up. You did your due diligence. We got cold feet from the Flat Earthers, but actually, I hope you do take up their challenge so that they can bring you to a space they control. And I hope you have fun with that because that seems like it'll be entertaining. But if anybody wants to say anything to our guest before he leaves, feel free to do so real quick.
I thought maybe I would just mention quickly that, Michael, I do a series. I just started a series a couple weeks ago that I do on Mondays at 11 Pacific time called How Do Globe Deniers Account For ... And then there's just a very tightly focused thing. How do you account for this? And I think next week it's going to be for the pressure at the top of Mount Everest being 1/3 of that at sea level. I really want to know the answer to that question. But we've done the equator and we've done the size of the sun. So that's what that series is about. Be fun. If you ever wanted to come in, certainly be welcome.
You do that and then invite them to come in and offer their explanations.
Oh, and I should mention that yesterday when we did the equator, yesterday morning when we did the equator one, there were no takers, just as there were today.
Yeah, that's when they stop being flat earthers and start being ignorant earthers, where they're like, oh, I don't know what the shape is, but I just know it's not a globe. Like
that's exactly what they say, right? We don't know what it is, but we know it's not what it's not.
Yeah, and how do you know it's not? Well, from the incredibly poor quality observations that they did, and ignoring all of the high quality ones. So good job, Flatties. So.
Yeah, and thank you. Really good. You did a great job, and I'm impressed with your, especially how you handled the relativity thing. You did very well. Are you a physicist yourself?
I am not. Okay.
Well, you did really well for a non-physicist.
I worked quite a bit to get a good understanding of it. with some physicists. So I had some good instructors. How about that?
Yeah, they did their job.
Hero, did you come off mic? Did you want to say something before Michael left? Or
Other than just say thank you, it's nice meeting you, and hope to do this again sometime.
Yeah, thanks. All right.
All right, MC Tune. Thank you again, and we'll be seeing you around. Be in touch for sure, and the recording will be made available soon after the room is over. But you have your own recording as well, so
yeah,
that's the one apparently that the Flat Earthers have been eavesdropping with. So you've been enabling them, but it's fine because I know they can hear me talking trash. So that's what it is.
Well, they're gonna have to own it. So all right. Okay, thanks a lot. We'll see you later.
Take care, man.
Bye. All right. Well, that was good. All right. Realm Thinker sent me the DM on Facebook. Let's see here. 1 silver basin, numbers 713. It is so this is a commentary, right? It is corresponding to the world that is shaped like an orb that is tossed from hand to hand. All right, so this is, if I understand it right, this is a commentary on Hebrew, on numbers 713, written in Hebrew around 400 AD. Is that what it is? In Hebrew, the word for basin is mizrak. That has the same root for the verb to toss. Basins were used to toss the blood on the altar. So, all right. And he gave me a yes. All right. Commentary from 400 AD about. So, excellent. Thanks a lot to everybody. Thank you. This is 4.5 hours. It's been fun. I hope you all enjoyed it. I will be to those to the 439 of you still here. I will be watching the live launch of Starship. I will. I have that already ready to go. I'll set the time. So the launch window opens at 7 a.m. on Thursday morning, not Wednesday morning. Thursday morning. That's the current launch window. I'll be watching it live. Join in for that, and then later Thursday, I will be reviewing the debate between Flat Earth Dave, the scammer, Eddie Bravo, the brain bashed guy, and Alex Jones, the scum. So I watched some of it already, and again, Flat Earthers make me angry for making a horrible person seem to be the way. That'll be what I'm doing this Thursday for the what did I call it? The something Chronicles. Hold on. It's coming up. The Nutcase Chronicles. So I'll make that live right now. And then the Starship launch, I will I'll edit that because I don't have the time set correctly. Anyway, that's what's coming up, people. Be looking for that. And we'll see you next time. Thanks a lot. Here we go.
MC2, drop that beat.
All right. Wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Let me get the right one. This is the right one. We'll see you. Yeah, see that? There you go. That's more recent. Still not recent. All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this. So
let's do this. Yo, it's MC2, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC2, the one to soon cartoons. On your real say, send it flerfs to their dues. Your theories are like old brooms, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC2, the thing with a silver spoon. I tackle pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the room. When it comes to defund...
Let me read this last one. Icy Spin says more evidence not equal to this goes deeper than I thought. Absolutely correct.
Here we are now, entertainers, after stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertainers, I'm a mulatto, I'm a rhino, a mosquito, I'm a beetle, I deny you, I deny you, I deny you, I deny you.
To the dizzle, dizzle, in the rizzle dizzle. But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I've got the upper hand in word and deed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.